but Daughtry isn't prepared to go away just yet. Still trying to keep things in perspective. And just misses. So again, you're just seeing the capabilities of both men, but it's just those minor little errors that is costing him points here. And Blake is taking full advantage. 6-4, he's serving. So he continues to just inch away, just try to pull away here. And after the men's singles, we'll have the women's singles coming up. And already we could see Kelsey Davidson trying to get herself ready, because it's 8:48 now. Unless something changes drastically, this one he's starting to just pull away slightly. Kennedy King for Cave Hill. She too is up and ready to go. And so he's one away now, 10-4. And serving for the match here now is Brian Blake. Can he wrap it up here first time? And he does. Brilliant put away there on the forehand side, but a good swift put away. And as the players shake hands, you see the beauty of it all there, with the final score being 11-4 in the third set, and a comprehensive 3-0 victory. So that's 2 points again for the Mona campus, as they're taking care to do the ladies singles now. So Mona winning 11-5, 11-9, 11-4 for a 3-0 scoreline in this one. And now we're getting ready for the women's singles. We just saw the men. Mona. So now it's the ladies' turn to take center stage, the ladies' singles. And they're going to do the toss. Mr. Worrell just conducting the toss. And it's Mr. Rupnarayan, or Ramuta, the Dave Ramuta, who's going to officiate this game and do the scoring for us. So we will follow. So there is the coin toss. Cave Hill would have won it, and so we will see. These two met, but not as individuals. They met in the doubles just to kick things off here. And Davidson and her partner, Leanna Campbell, won that one by 3-0 margin as well. So I'm sure they'll be feeling pretty confident that they can come away with another victory here. And Kelsey Davidson, of course, has good experience, Caribbean Championship experience, so she's quite capable. Although she doesn't look like she is like woken up as yet. She just seems like she's still in a little bit of a slumber. You're not seeing the energy from her as yet, but I'm sure once the whistle blows and it's time to compete, she will kind of get it into gear. To ensure that she gets her team another victory. So here we go. The start of proceedings here now, and serving first will be Kennedy King. And again, you start to see how Kelsey Davidson whole body language changes now that it's competition time. And so it's almost like she put on her game face now, and it's time to go to work. And during the warm-up, she just seemed so relaxed and almost apprehensive, but that has gone quickly, and she's now working on points. So again, you can just see her, she's quite capable. She's just making sure that she gets everything in place. Counter. So again, we have action at the Uwi Spec here at the indoor court. There's a Frank Royal cricket field just outside. The Admin East field where we'll have football taking place. The National Hockey Center, the National Aquatic Center where the swimming will come into play. The National Racket Center where the lawn tennis is scheduled. And at the Hasely Crawford Stadium where the track and field will take pride of place. So I know the great man is keen to see some of these athletes, so he might make his presence felt there on competition days. Mr. Hasely Crawford himself. used to just ease away from her opponent. Davidson serving. Again, unlike the men, the rallies in the women's game sometimes as they go longer they get slower because then they're just trying to make sure that they keep it on the table. Whereas with the men, once they start, everything quickens up because now they're looking for pace and power to try to get it past their opponents. And a good solid serve again. Trying her best here to take it out. And she's one away now. So set point for Davidson. And 10-6. So she has 4 and she doesn't need them. So 11-6 is the scoreline there. So she has taken it by a 2-0 margin, and they would take an unassailable 3-0 lead in this tournament. So that's a victory to the Mona campus, as they won this tie against the Cave Hill campus by a 3-0 margin, an unassailable 3-0 lead. So they won't even need to play the men's doubles nor the mixed doubles coming up. Although I really felt that they were going to play the men's doubles as the case may be, but they've opted not to do that, and it's a straight 3-0 victory in favor of the Mona campus, and making it look so easy. So just a quickie recap for you. We started with the women's doubles. Kennedy King and Mackenzie Yearwood up against Kelsey Davidson and Leanna Campbell, and 11-2, 11-2, 11-6 the final in that one for a 3-0 lead. And then we had the men singles. Brian Blake of Mona up against Christian Donati of Cave Hill, and 11-5, 11-9, 11-4 was the final in that one for another 3-0 result. And then the last game we saw the women's singles, Kelsey Davidson of Mona up against Kennedy King of Cave Hill, and 11-3, 11-6 the final in that one. So they took that in a convincing fashion, 2-0, no need for a third set, and more importantly, that result allowed them to secure the title and secure the tie, and to win the tie 3-0, and they could probably go back now and relax a little bit and maybe enjoy their breakfast this time around. So 3 games to nothing, 3 sets to nothing. Well, 2 sets to love in the women's singles, 3 sets to love in the women's doubles, and 3 sets to love in the men's singles. So a pretty dominant performance from the Mona. They didn't drop a set against Cave Hill, and that is the situation there. So this is the first one in the books, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more. We have action going on down at the Racket Center, so they'll be playing tennis. They're out there tennis there, and of course we will keep you posted here because the tennis action will continue because if I'm not mistaken, I think the global campus will be in action. Now, will they be in action against Cave Hill as well? And or five. So that's who so the Five Island campus will be coming on stream in a short while. So we'll have more tennis action coming for you. So please stay close as we continue our coverage here on UE Global and on 360 TV. Yep. Okay, as we welcome you back here, we're getting ready for the second game this morning in the table tennis edition, and this, of course, is another interesting battle between the Five Islands and the Global Campus. The Five Islands in their green, and the Global Campus, as we get familiar with now, in their orange and black. So easy to distinguish one from the other, and no doubt very interesting battle. We're starting off as usual with the women's doubles. Joel Joseph and Kezia Harris for the Five Islands, and for Global Campus, Imani Edwards Taylor and Jessica Emrit will be doing the battle there as well. We saw them yesterday, and they're back again today. Imani, of course, is the one who, as they say, will carry the load for the Global Campus table tennis team. She is a very outstanding player, and they would no doubt will be relying on her capabilities to make sure that they get off to a good start here this morning. So it should be a nice battle. Mr. Worrell is the man in charge who is going to supervise this game. So this is really just the warm-up section. As you could see, the ladies, and when you play doubles like that, you again, you serve cross table, and you alternate in terms of your shot making. So it's a quick in and then out, so that your teammate could get swinging room, as we say, and but you have to be alert and aware of the sequence, so you kind of get into a rhythm. You play and you move, so you go in, you go out, then we're seeing some of the support, of course, coming in this morning to cheer on their various teams. Last night we saw the opening ceremony, and boy, it was raucous noise. The vuvuzelas were very much in effect, whistles everywhere. I think everybody had a whistle or a vuvuzela or both, and so it was a real sort of festive atmosphere, and I'm sure all of the campuses, when back in the various countries, who would have witnessed last night's opening, would have been one, pleasantly surprised, but also would have been very proud of those representing them here this morning. So here we go immediately. So the vuvuzelas are off and running. Global Campus are also off and running. A quick 2-0 advantage. And what is noticeable is that some of the players are just learning the game and just getting an understanding of what to do, and so they don't really know all the nuances. Good thing for them, though, is that there are 1 or 2 key players, and there are 1 or 2, and the officials help them along the way as much as possible, and so that they understand the game. And as we always say, she has to float it above the racket, so she can't serve it under the racket, and that's what it is. So you have to toss it in a little way, and every time they don't toss it, they get called for it, and you will see that happening quite a bit. Again, she must toss it up and then twist. So once they just put it like that, it so again the pressure is on for them to try to secure points here now. It's 9-2. They're 2 away from winning the first set, the Global Campus. And there is Imani showing her capabilities. And just getting it out there. So again, and there it is. So 11-4. The first set in this one, and there is the confirmation. So a fairly straightforward victory for the Global Campus outfit as they battle 5 islands here. Of course, these are the 2 latest additions to the University of West Indies stable of colleges, if you want to call them that, or institutions. The Global Campus, though, is not a like a fixed location per se. These are students who are basically using their online preference because of commitments or otherwise, and the 5 islands of course located out there in Antigua. 5 tiny islands. So here we go now, and Imani, not too surprising, is trying to control proceedings. Two to nothing. And again, and it's going to be very, very difficult for these players to return that serve, and because it's not a straightforward serve that she's presenting to them, so they have to figure it, and that's brilliantly done there by Emirates, just getting it away. So it's so it's still 5 to nothing or 6 to nothing right now. So 7 nothing. So 1-7 change of serve, or yes. Five Islands and their supporters very much in tune with what is happening out there, and which is so good to see. The support hasn't dwindled. Doesn't matter the score or the outcome of matches, they are still very enthusiastic and very energetic. Imani showing her capabilities here. It's going to be very tough for anybody who's playing against her, especially in singles. In doubles, it's not a, but that it is 11-3 is the score in this one. So a solid victory for them, 2-0, as they've certainly taken an unassailable lead in this one, up 2-0, and cruising right now. And so it's going to be very difficult for them to get themselves going in this one, because they're up against a regional star, and they don't have anybody of that quality and that caliber in their stable. So, and you could see, because the pair of Joel Joseph and Kezia Harris, you can see they're new to tennis, so they're now learning the game, and so they don't know all the nuances. If you look at their positioning, it's all sort of foreign to them, and so it makes life very difficult for them to negotiate consistently. On occasions they may get it right, but in the mean, it's very difficult for them. Really, it's going to take some doing for them to try to stay in this game. 4-0 already for the global campus, so they're up and running here nicely. Make that 5-0, so they are really off to a solid start here, trying to close this one out as best as possible. One 5, make that 1-6, and again these rallies are going to be very short, because as soon as it resembles anything like a rally, you anticipate it's going to go the way of global campus. And again, that spin and the speed of the serves, it's obviously going to make life very difficult for them. 7-4 or 4-7 now. Five Islands serving, make that 5-7. So they're trying to stay in this one, and that is the escape valve right there. Just get it to Imani and let her work her magic. And this is really just a warm-up for her. I think the singles match is probably what she's going to be looking forward to. But then her opponent in the singles match is playing right now And that is going to be a real, Kazia Harris, so that's going to be a real battle in the sense that it's going to be an uphill battle for Harris, because and you can see her trying to let these youngsters understand how to serve and how to serve properly without being called. So she's just showing her how the easy way to do it. You can rest it on the table and just throw it up so that it's above the racket, right? So here we go again, and that's a very good serve for somebody who just learned. Although she lost the point, it was a very good serve compared. And there you see exactly how it is, and there it is to finish it off. 11-6 is the final score in this one. And the Global Campus are on the table here with a 3-0 scoreline in the women's doubles encounter. And again, 11-4, 11-3, 11-6. So now we go to the second matchup. This is the men's singles, and we should have Keanu Anthony up against Richard Head. So global campus, Richard Head will be stepping forward, and Keanu Anthony for the Five Islands. And so they are obviously new to this, so this is going to be a bit of a steep learning curve for them. So the men's singles coming up, to be followed by the women's singles, and then if necessary, they will go into the men's doubles and then the mixed doubles. But I don't know if it's going to get that far. Earlier we just saw Mona just needing 2 sets in the women's singles to complete a 3-0 sweep, so they didn't bother to play the men's doubles or the mixed doubles. It was an unassailable 3-0 lead, and I'm sure Global Campus will be hoping for a similar outcome. They're off to a good start. They got a victory in the first game this morning. So here we're getting ready for the toss. So the pair of Keanu Anthony in the green and Richard Head in the second, in the orange and black for the Global Campus. So guys are just warming up, and Keanu Anthony from the Five Islands trying to get his game on, as they say. It just shows you that not everybody is as proficient in any sporting discipline, and what we have several athletes who are multidisciplined here, and they may play table tennis one day, but they'll play basketball that same day. And we saw as we saw this yesterday, and from the same global team. So they had a couple, well, they had one athlete who played both. Shaquille George, he played table tennis yesterday. He didn't play this morning for the global, or he's not listed to participate, so maybe they're just giving him a rest, or they're allowing somebody else the opportunity to play. And I think yesterday we did not see Richard Head participating, so he gets his chance today. And that's part of what this is all about. It's really participation, so everybody feels like they're contributing to the team, and that they're enjoying themselves and feeling a sense of accomplishment when they perform in front of the fans here at the Uwi Spec, or whether it's the tennis at the Racket Center, the swimming at the Aquatic Center, or at the Hazley Crawford Stadium where the track and field is taking place. So here we go. Richard Head is up and running. To make that 2-0. And he's just trying to change up his serve there, but again, he probably be better advised to just try to repeat the serve he did. It's almost like if he changed it so that he can try to confuse his opponent. But sometimes you just need to, especially this early in the match, you just want to make sure you have that in your armory, or you know you could serve it properly before trying to go to other options. Let's see if he can repeat that serve. And again, so all tied at 4. Five Islands leading by 6-4, and will serve. Six to 5 now, so it's a tight game, and but as you could see there, Head isn't trying to do anything fancy. He's just allowing his opponent to, as they say, shoot himself in the foot, and capitalizing on his errors as opposed to him making errors of his own. Six to 7 it is, and 8-6 now. Make that 9-6. So Anthony inching closer to winning this first set. A net call, so he'll do that again. He's trying to work that serve, which is working well for him because it's a fairly flat serve, so it doesn't go over the net very high. And there it is. So 11-6. So it's 11-6 to Anthony to the first set. So a good start for him. But you can see that, if anything, his serve is probably a little bit better than what he's getting coming back from Head. And because Head is primarily defense, he's not really an attacking player. So he's trying to defend whatever Anthony throws at him. And if he can consistently do that to keep the rally going, he's probably hoping that Anthony will try to win the point and then make errors that way. And it's a way to play. We see it even in big international tournaments where some players are predominantly defensive players, and but the defense is so good that they can frustrate opponents, because everything you throw at them, they're bringing it back. So you have to build a second shot or a third shot or a fourth shot, and if the rally goes on, it's just an extra shot you have to make. And there's that serve again. Doesn't come over the net very high, and it's rushing him. And that's what I'm talking about. Let him go for his shots, and if he cannot make them, then it's a lot of easy points to rack up there. So 1-3 now. A net call. And so Head is on a roll here now. And Anthony able to pull one back, so it's 4-2. Head serving. 4-3. So we all square at 4, and Anthony is not afraid to go for his shots. They don't always come off, but he's not stopping. So we all square at 5. And again, it's just keep the ball in play. That seems to be Head's approach, and let Anthony try to win the points himself. And that's a classic case there. So 6 each. So they're tied at 7 again. So these two are really, as we say, level pegging and keeping close tabs on each other. Nobody's getting away in this one. So 9-7 or 7-9. Anthony's serving. Trying to quiet the crowd here, but you know they're going to get in his case if he doesn't. So there you go. So 8-10 it is. So here we go. Can he win this one to level this tie? And there he goes. So there it is. 11-8 to bring it to 1 apiece. So they go to a third and deciding one here now. So there you see it, confirmation there, 11-8 to Head, and Global Campus have drawn level in this one. So they're really enjoying themselves. The Global Campus flag on their supporters. Really enthusiastic indeed. It's all fun. It's all part of what these games are about. To bring the communities together, bring the campuses together. And it's not just campus against campus, but to bring the individuals and to bring all the students together as well inside their own community, because if they can support each other, chances are they will get along with each other, even when they're not participating in a sporting event. So here we go again. One apiece. So this is there'll be all eyes on this one to see who will eventually prevail here. This is a deciding one. I think based on all the games we've had, this might be the first decider where it's 1-1 going into the third set. So 4-1 or 1-4 now. Make that 4-2. And 4-3, so he's back within one. That early serve or that quick serve is proving to be a real handful. But then he returns the favor with a good serve of his own. Six, 4. So Imani is just trying to calm him down a little bit. Because he's played a couple shots that came off for him, and so she doesn't want him to get carried away as if he's mastered that shot, because he missed a couple subsequent to that. So now she's trying to just relax him and kind of get his focus back. He is a defensive player, he's not an offensive type player, so just play his defense and you know, and let your opponent kind of drown in honey, because you may think once the ball is back on the table, he has a shot. And what we've seen a lot of times, Anthony, is he gets overly aggressive and he misses simple shots, easy shots. But it's up to him now to hold his nerve. He has a 7-4 lead. He don't want to relinquish that at this stage. So I think that's precisely what Imani is trying to tell him there. He's doing well. Just stay with the basics. Don't try to overextend yourself too much. And defensive players play defense. That's what she's essentially saying to him. Just play your defense and continue in that vein. 4-8 now. So he has a mountain to climb here. Not impossible. And but he just has to keep doing what he's been doing, and don't try to do anything out of the ordinary. So those are the areas, 9-5. Now those are the areas that he needs to just concentrate on. Just make sure he gets it over the table, and don't push it, just get it over. I think a lot of times he's trying to be so safe and so cautious that he ends up pushing it as opposed to hitting it and covering to allow for it to get over the net and on the table. So here we are now, 10-6. 1 point for Anthony, and still have 3 set points. And there it is. So 11-7. He takes the deciding set. So because the set is over, so they can take their rackets off and they congratulate each other. So 2-1 is the final in this one. So Keanu Anthony wins it by a 2-1 margin. And so that levels the tie at 1 game apiece. And now this sets up the women's singles. And this is Imani, who is heavily favored here. So she is expected to give her team the lead back. It's really a mountain for Kezia Harris to climb here, because she's up against a player who is really miles ahead of her in terms of capabilities. So this is kind of like where the rubber meets the road for her, and I think she knows it too, because no amount of discussion is going to help her at this stage, in the sense that it's not going to improve her ability. It's just it's a match she has to play, and we'll see how it goes, but it's going to be very tough for her, and we anticipate that this could be finished fairly early or fairly quickly, again because of the ability and the gap in ability between the two players. And I won't be surprised if you see Imani talking to her about how to play, just to help her in her own game. It doesn't matter what the scoreline is. She's just trying to ensure that she learns and improves as she goes along, and maybe sticks with the game. And it just shows you the amount of hours that they would have spent playing. And what again you look at where the racket is coming from. Even as she's warming up, it's always on her right side, and Imani is serving towards her backhand, so she has to pick the racket up and bring it across her body, whereas if she holds it in front of her, she could either just go backhand or go forehand, but it's still kind of like to her side. So it's almost like a gunslinger. He has one gun on this side, so everything is coming here, as opposed to those who have it on both sides, so you could use either hand. But she and her body position too, she's square on. So it's just little things. So you will see, watch at Imani's position. She's always at an angle most times, and so she's talking to her now, telling her what to expect. So here we go now. So this is for points, as we say. And Imani knows anything on that backhand side she's not going to catch, because her hand is so far from where that is. That right hand is not going to get across her body that quickly, especially when Imani serves or hits it on that backhand side. So it's really about how many points Imani is going to lose here, as opposed to how many she's going to win. See, once you put it on her backhand, it's going to be tough for her to get across there. Her whole body is not in that position to really adjust to that. And that's the other side of the issue for her here, is that she now puts the racket, everything is going to be put as if she's playing on the backhand side, because she knows she's so wary of that ball coming on the backhand. The racket is going to go in that position quite naturally. And then to do the reverse is where she kind of is conflicted into how she's going to get over it, get into position to really do the honors. So it's a real test for her. So again, Imani just cruising right now, 9-2. And so all she has to do is just move her around the table and she could score almost at will. So 11-2, that's the end of the first set, 11-2. So she takes the first set 11-2, Imani Taylor. And I think they recognize that she is really up against it. It's not going to be easy for her, and I think her teammates know that too. So they're just trying to support her as best they can, because it's not the easiest situation to find herself in. She tries to basically try to outclass or compete against a seasoned campaigner, somebody who has grown up playing table tennis all her life. Her whole family has been into table tennis, and they've all excelled at table tennis. So it's not the easiest situation for her. So again, that backhand is where she's weakest. It's a fast serve, but she's not comfortable serving. She's not comfortable tossing the ball. Look like how Imani throws the ball up and then serves it. And she knows every time she wants a point, she just has to put it on that backhand. And it's a matter of time. She did bring back one quite nicely, Harris, but once Imani persists there, and there comes the main supporter. He's Trinidad beat them, or the Trinidad campus, St. Augustine beat them yesterday in netball in three games straight. But well, in an open game, in all four quarters, Trinidad dominated. And his response was, if there was another quarter, they would have been able to make it. But 11-2 to Imani as she cruises in the second set, just like she did in the first. So quite comfortable for her. And it really is a daunting situation for her, because they know that it's almost like it's a foregone conclusion, but you play because you just don't know. You never know. Your opponent could have a bad spell, and your player, you could play, as you say, play out of your skin, and have the game of a lifetime there. So 2 sets to nothing to Imani. She starts off again going to that backhand side and having great success doing it. And again, Kazia Harris having her issue. She can serve at times. So Imani putting out all the stops here. She's quickening some of her serves. She's bringing out the spin serve. But every time she needs a point, she knows exactly where to go for it. And she knows once she goes on the backhand side, and if she goes with pace, it's like money in the bank for her. And so she's just running away with this one now, looking to finish it up as early as possible. And she's 2 away from completing a 3-0 sweep. So 10-2 now, so she's 1 away from completing this remarkable victory, 11-2, 11-2, and she's into the third set. Is now 11-3, or 10-3 I should say. And closes it out there with one of those lead serves. 11-3 is the final here. So again, easy victory for her. 11-3 is the final score in this one. So 11-3 is how this one ends, and it really was to be expected. I don't think they expected anything other than that. But what it does now, it sets up the men's doubles encounter. So it's 2-1. And so now it's a question of who can the boys from Five Islands pull one back here again and level things at 2 apiece. Right now they're leading by 2-1. The 2 games to 1. The women's doubles won by Taylor and Emmerich 3-0. The men's singles are won by Keanu Anthony 2-1. And we just saw the women's singles won by Imani Edwards Taylor 3-0 to make the score 2-1 overall. And we are into the men's doubles now. If there's a victory for the global campus, they would obviously take the tie 3-1. But if the Five Islands come back with a win here to level things at 2-all, it will set up the mixed doubles as the decider in this tie. So a lot on the line here for Five Rivers as well as for Global Campus. They would probably want to try to finish it immediately. So again, they're just trying to sort out. You could see that they are new to the game, so they're just trying to figure out what the movement is, who's doing what. And how the whole system is going to work. And remember, once you serve, you have to get out of the way so your teammate can enter the fray, come forward, and set up for his return. And that is what obtains at both ends, and quite often you find players admiring their shots or admiring their serve, and they don't get off the way fast enough, so they actually crowd their teammate. So here we go. So love one it is. So immediately we're seeing we're seeing the Imani wants to have a word with her players because they know there's a lot riding on this match, so they don't want it to just fritter away with her taking control and letting them know how they want to play. So she's trying to alert them to what to expect early on. And I think that's exactly what she's trying to tell them. Once you serve, you have to get out of the way to allow your teammate to come, and vice versa. When you're serving to your opponents, after you serve and you get out of the way, the next shot could be away from where the partner is coming into the frame. So let's see if they understand what she's trying to tell them. So 2-0 to Five Islands, make that 3-0. Global Campus falling behind early. That's a good shot right down Main Street, as they say. Straight down between the two players. Always helps. Again, it's not serving, he has to toss the ball. Can't just serve it from his hand. So he has to toss it. There you go. That's a little bit better. So they're leading 7-0. Make that 8-0, and that's good tennis from them. Again, you have to toss it. Can't just serve it from the hand. He has to toss it. So 9-0. Yep, or love 9. One to 9 now. So 9-2. Make that 3-9 now. Actually, yes, it's Global Campus serving. Four to 9 as they try to launch a comeback here. Nine to 5. Can they now serve out? So they want to win now, 10-5. So there it is. That's the first set in the men's doubles. And the pair of Micah Roberts and Kaleem Agrippa have taken the first set for the Five Islands outfit, and they are all smiles. 11-5. I'm not sure they expected to be in this position, but they won the first set, and that should give them some confidence to push on here. And I think I saw members of the St. Augustine campus netball team here. They had a big win yesterday. So I'm sure they'll be trying to continue their winning ways. Of course, when they come up against the Mona campus or even against the Cave Hill, we anticipate those will be extremely competitive matches. Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago are really the three big teams in netball in the region. So we anticipate more of the same from these university students. There we go, second set. Five Islands leading 1-0 and 2-0 in this second set. And all square at 2 apiece. That's a good return of serve. So tied at 3 apiece now. Four to 3 to Global Campus. Make that 5-3 now. Six, 3. So Richard Heed and Ronaldo Franklin trying their best here to try and level this tie at 1 apiece. They lead 6-5. Make that 7-5 now. So they're doing some of the basics really well, but it's all kind of still not as smooth as they would like. They're still getting in each other's way, but they're trying hard to avoid it as much as possible, trying to make sense. So they could level things here now. So they take a quick timeout, and I'm sure they'll try to come back here now. But 10-7 it is, and again, Global Campus trying their best here to level this tie and see if they can set up a third and deciding set and maybe win that. If they can do that, then they would win the tie. If not, we may go to a mixed doubles to decide this one. So 10-7 it is right now. You can see the discussions taking place, trying to work out what is best for these next precious points here, or maybe this next point. If they could win it and level this tie, level this match at 1 apiece. And there it is. So 11-7 to Head and Franklin. So they're all tied at 1 apiece now. So they will go to a third and deciding set. So again, I think they're still trying to sort out in terms of games won here. Now under the rules, they are expecting to be able to now have to play a third and deciding set. To try and see if they could get back into this, but the way it's panned out with that set, it meant that Global Campus are the ones who would have won the tie almost on a conk back ruling here. So that is victory now to the Global Campus. as they have been able now to secure the point from this matchup. So congratulations to the Global Campus outfit. So that will conclude our table tennis segment for this morning. Remember, we have football action going on as we speak, and women's football, and St. Augustine against Five Islands, and Cave Hill against Mona. And the men's football this afternoon from 2 o'clock, we have Cave Hill against Mona and St. Augustine against Five Islands. So plenty of football action at the admin East Field. The table tennis action, we saw Mona against Cave Hill, with Mona prevailing there, and we saw Global against Five Islands, and Global prevailing in this one as well. So we have netball coming up, Mona against Global and Five Islands against Cave Hill. And in men's volleyball from 2 o'clock this afternoon, Cave Hill against the Five Islands, and followed by Global against Mona. And then we have a women's volleyball encounter, Mona against Cave Hill. And in men's basketball later on this evening, St. Augustine against Cave Hill. Also, as we speak, tennis action, Five Islands against Mona at the Racket Center, and they will be back there again from 5 o'clock this evening with St. Augustine against Cave Hill. So that's the picture for now, with a win in the end for the Global Campus as they prevail over the Five Islands outfit here, who I think were a bit stunned in the end in terms of how the match ended, because they were tied at one apiece, and but because they were able to come back and win that second, they lost 5-11 in the first set, but came back and won the second set 11-7. That gave them the overall points in this one, and so this encounter. So it's certainly going to be an interesting battle coming up. Indeed, coming up in a short while. Of course, we have netball action coming your way, so we look forward to that, and some volleyball after lunch as well, as we continue action here indoors at the Uwi Spec. And of course, apart from the men's and women's volleyball, we also have men's basketball coming up later on this evening, which will also be another interesting matchup as well. So a lot still to come, but this is where we're going to say goodbye for now. I'm Raskin Mark, thanking you so much, and of course we look forward to seeing you a little bit later on as we continue our coverage here of the campus games here at St. Augustine, and 2026, the Uwi Games 2026, coming your way right here on the Uwi Global Network, and of course 360 TV. So don't go over very far. We will have more coming your way in a short. And welcome back to the Uwi Spec here as we get ready for another encounter. This is netball action now. The global campus up against, this is a real acid test for them as they're up against the Mona campus of Jamaica. And of course the Jamaicans are heavily favored in this one, but I'm sure the global campus will be trying to ensure their movement is better and try their best to keep things in front of them. So again, good solid defense to start things off here. Again, Mona are the ones who are being heavily favored, but the global campus will be trying their best to match them as best as they possibly can. So far it's just a lot of empty trips. Still trying to get control, and it's Mona's ball as they start to an attack again. Cool attack, Amelia Alexander coming for, and of course the cool shoot Kyoko Roy getting them on the tins here. And this is where things can become really quickly because the speed at which they want to play. So quickly after a 2-0 lead here, and they don't want to let things get too far away from them. And again, good answer here for Roy. And she is helping them to get off to a fast start. And of course they'll be looking for opportunities just to show improvements in areas where they might have fallen short. So here comes Mona Campus again, trying to get the ball into you-know-who, Roy, Kyoko Roy. So this is where they're trying to sort out what their movement is, and of course, excellent work there. Good attack, St. John, Pearl St. John. We'll try again to see if she could get one, and not able to hit from distance. So 4-0, and she can make it 5-0 now, getting her own rebound. Again, they get the ball into those areas, but St. John again trying to and again not able to get it in. So Shani Thomas and co trying to get the move on here. They're up 6-0. We're in the first quarter, 7 minutes left. And that entry pass is difficult for St. John's to win that one because that's over her head. So again, this is a real asset test here for the global campus. And again, the passes are not as crisp as they need to be in that circle. and again it's all rhythmic and all very efficient on the part of the Mona campus, which is to be expected. Jamaica is really the dominant team in regional netball now. And that's good defense there. The goalkeeper doing very well for them, Amara David. But it's right back inside. So Amelie Alexander doing her bit. And so again, just a couple of turnovers there. They just can't get the handle on it. So, an opportunity here now for them to finally break the duck, and that one hit every inch of the rim there before going in, and so finally they are on the boards 10-1. The scoreline here. Pearl St. John getting that one down, but it's back to normal service being restored here. Kiko Roy, the goal shooter, very prolific. St. John trying her best here to So Pearl St. John gets another bite at the cherry, and she scores their second goal. So it's 11-2 now with just under 2:39 left, and plenty of movement in that circle. So netball is supposed to be a non-contact sport, but as you can see, with all that movement in there, so again the and Roy again making amends for her own miss, and here they come again. The Mona team really a running team, and it's 1-2 quick passes and they're in. Roy misses, not for the first time. And good anticipation again from the goal defense Richardson, and immediately they get it into that circle, and those two know exactly what to do. It Amelie Alexander so good anticipation, and just not able to win it. So that is the end of the first quarter, and as to be expected, dominated by the Mona campus, and 15-2. So 15-2 the score there. Both goals scored by Pearl St. John is the one doing it, but it's all the movement that is kind of confusing, or the speed at which they're just a step ahead of the Global Campus outfit, and so as a result they're having real difficulty keeping up with them. Even when they get interceptions, the passes are too slow coming out, and as a result the Jamaican defenders are able to attack the ball, intercept the ball at different points, and know exactly, it's almost like they're reading what their opponents are about to do, and they're just stepping in front and intercepting the ball in those areas. So what might appear to be promising all of a sudden then gets snuffed out quickly. So this is where things get really tight, because now they have to try to just to stay in the game, and not allow the Mona campus outfit to just dominate the movement. Now this is something you can't coach on the day of a match. It's something you have to kind of practice and understand, and everybody has to be on the same page. I think what we're seeing here is they're trying to make adjustments on the fly, but it's going to be very difficult for them because their movement isn't as efficient as the Mona ladies are, and so as a result you find they look like they're moving quickly, and then the Global Campus just a step or two behind. So 15-2 the first quarter. So again, good movement, but Roy is able to make amends and adjust, and that's also part of the issues that I've noticed with the defenders, the goalkeeper and the wing defender, or the goal defender rather, they're just not attacking the ball. So a lot of the rebounds are going the way of the Mona team. So the goal defender, Zakina Pierre, it's almost like she's not focused enough. And again, all the loose balls are going the way of Mona, and so she's almost always on the wrong side of her defenders. So it's just a question of understanding where to be when and what is required. So again, nobody there for the rebounds, nobody there for the entry lobs, so there's no challenge inside that circle. So quickly it was just 15-2. It's 18 now, and a chance to cut into that lead. And St. John's just not able. The quick hands intercepting those passes. And again, all they do is just lean on the defenders. Roy missing. And so all the rebounds are still going the way of Mona. So again, they're not challenged for those rebounds. So again, it's really about just the whole attitude towards it. They are the Mona team. They are determined to win every ball. And as it is right now, they have no resistance in that circle at that offensive end. So they're just moving the ball one side to the next, and they know exactly how to get it in. So it's just that little touch on the wrist. Still nobody's challenging, so all those loose balls and no rebounds are being caught there. Only red shirts in there active. One, the positioning is not good, and two, the anticipation is also a little bit off. So it's like they're just not sure where to go in order to get it. So this could be a long shot again, but they're not able to cash in when they get those opportunities. And part of it too is the movement in there. Once she gets the ball, the goal shoot Abraham just kind of assumes almost like a spectator. She's not attacking progressive areas. So again, the movement, you're seeing them 2-3 steps behind, and not knowing where to go in order to give themselves a chance of regaining the ball. To regain possession, that's a long shot, to say the least. That ball has to travel a good 8 to 10 meters in the air to try to get to her teammate. Again, not much by way of movement. So Global Campus really up against it now. It's 23-2. So again, just straddling that line there, you can't cross the line. And again, no hands, no blocking out, no placing out. Oh, and there is the tackle. Is just unfortunate. She was trying, but her hands were so low, so she just could have brushed her away. She's given up a good 20-30 pounds there, so that's a serious mismatch in that regard. Again, there's not much the continuation play. Even when they get 1-2 passes off, the third pass is almost always an errant pass. And if you look at the positions that goal attack Alexander is assuming, she is almost assuming the position that the defenders or the goalkeeper is supposed to be assuming, where they could challenge for a rebound or just to sort of impede the free passage of them. And you look at the movement here again, it's almost like they're not sure where they're going inside that circle. And again, they just there for the rebounds, winning all of them. So it's a really tough ask for them to try to maintain some level of competitiveness. Roy missing out. So they haven't scored as yet in this second quarter, and with 6:40 left. So it's just turnovers that's really spoiling any kind of progress that they're making. And again, so even when your teammate is out of position in that circle, the two in the circle, is the other one has to kind of step up and make life difficult for the goal attack or the goal shoot. But right now it's too easy for them in that circle. They just assuming a position, and there's no resistance, there's no obstacle in their way. And here we go again. This is what I'm referencing there. It's too easy for them. They're under no pressure at all. So 29-2 now. And again, good approach work once more. And still nobody to challenge for the rebound. And eventually they get it on. Alexander again benefiting from that. There are no hands, there's nothing to block them or to throw them off their game. So it's just easy. So 5 minutes or so left. They're up by 28 now, 30-2. And so easy peasy for them. But this is no surprise. This was to be expected. So 32-2 at the moment. Can she cut that deficit now? Nicely done by St. John. So she has the 3 goals for the global campus. So this young lady is filling it up. And another rebound that they won. So, and another one. So they just haven't been able to. They're giving them way too much space, so even by the time they get their hands up, they can't really impact or affect the shot. So can she finish this off? This is going to be great. So 33-4 now. So she had 2 in the first quarter, 2 in the second quarter. So 34-3 now. And here comes Mona once more. So it's just tip, tip, tip. Roy though is having a tough time of it, and just not able to be as clinical as she would want to be. She has about 5 misses already, but she's able to get her own rebound time and again and make amends. And again, another easy trip up court, and nobody there. So again, the movement is proven to be, it's too precise, and it's too rehearsed. So they have all kind of options when they get the ball in and around that semicircle there. They're able to just assume the position and just wait because they know it's coming, and that's because there is no just missing out. There is Abraham, so she was trying to get her first goal of the contest, but once again it's too easy for Roy, and it's her own inefficiency that is giving So that is the end of the first half, 38-4. So it was 15-2 at the end of the first quarter, and at the end of the second quarter, into the halftime, it's 38-4. So both teams have more or less doubled their tally. The difference, of course, is that the Mona campus are cruising at 38-4. So they scored 15 in that first quarter, and improved on that in the second, and ended up tacking on another another 24 points, or rather another 23 points in that second period. So a pretty dominant performance we have there from the ladies from the Mona campus. We're at the half. It's 38-4 in favor of Mona. Okay, as we welcome back for the start of the second half. The third quarter is upon us, and immediately it's more of the same, and they have early adjusted their goal shooter, and that Roy has now gone to goalkeeper, and so she's a different. So she was goal shooting, and now she's defending. So showing real versatility there, and certainly would make for an interesting scenario there, because she is showing her real versatility as well. And as we indicated earlier, St. John has now gone to center, and the goal shooter is Ruth Blake. And also shifting to goal shoot, or the goal shooter is Emily Alexander. She has now gone to the goal shooting position. And more of the same there, so she a big bubble. And not able to hold on to it. So 3 seconds violation there. You have to get rid of the ball by a certain time. And again into the tool area it goes, but again Blake not able to hold on. She was in 2 minds there, whether to shoot it or to pass it. And again it never reaches where it's intended, and much too close for that encounter. So easy peasy for Alexander again. And it's easy as taking candy from a baby, as they say, because there's no real opposition for them in that regard. Just holding a position there. So again, this train is just rolling along for the Mona team. They, it's almost like a practice session for them. They're just going through their sets and executing at a very high level. And it's almost every time they get a chance to do something, somebody fumbles the ball, or it's an errant pass or something, and that just dampens their momentum. And here we go again. And it's too easy because now there's nobody in the hole to help out on defense. So once the goalkeeper bit on that pass, and the goal defender was nowhere around, too easy for them. And here they go again. And it's just one defender back there, the goalkeeper, because the goal defender is way out of position and not able to move and impact the game in any way, form or fashion. Just even the entry passes are not as accurate as they should be. And again, the Mona just swinging the ball from side to side and having great success doing it. And this is really how you get an understanding of what you're supposed to do. And how efficient you can become once you understand the concept that the coaches are asking you to do. And I'm sure Phyllis Thompson would be very thrilled with how a team is playing, but then knowing the coaches, they will certainly want to improve on that. So for Thomas has moved from center to goal attack now. The goal shoot is now Alexander. And the goalkeeper is Kiko Roy. So she has gone back to goalkeeper now. So I suspected that much. So again, showing real versatility here. She was playing as a goal shooter, and here she's back now playing as a goalkeeper. So I suppose the concept is, if you're going to shoot and score, you have to understand how to defend as well. And she's showing just how capable she is. And there we see, so Blake is now at goal shoot, and also making away is Abraham is at the goal attack position, and of course Richardson showing her capabilities, almost batting it away and taking it. And here is the new wing attack. Dejane Lawson doing a good job in that wing attack, and coming in at the goal attack position now is Thomas. Ashani Thomas obviously excelling, and now excellent steal there from the center. So with 3:20, so they'll be forced to make a substitution. So it's really just been it's like one-way traffic in this encounter. They haven't really been able to impress. In fact, in this third quarter, we only have 2:23 left, and they're yet to score a goal. While at the other end, it's plain sailing. And that's a good strike there for the new goal shoot, Ruth Blake. So they finally score with just under 2 minutes left in the third quarter. They got their first goal of this third period. So again, just those areas, just those sort of extended plays is where they're having their greatest difficulty. In fact, in some of the basic plays, they're in trouble. But when they have to extend plays now, it's almost like they get lost in there. So 53 seconds left in the third period. So 57-5 it is right now, and like I said, it's one-way traffic, and that's because the Mona team, they're relentless in their pursuit of excellence here. They're trying to score with every possession. It's not going to happen, but they're still pushing, and pushing hard. So Ashonette Thomas, or Ashane Thomas, she started at center, but she is now the goal attack, and so she's putting her name on the scoring sheet as well. So that ends the third quarter, and 58-5 is where it is. So while they score 1, $20 was the score for the so 58-5 it is at the end of the third period. So we have one final 15-minute period to go. So 58-5 it is. Yeah, so there's the confirmation of the score. We are at the end of the third period. So 58-5 the scoreboard. So that's the end of period number 3. So we're getting ready for the fourth period now in this one. So that is the scenario there. So we have one final 15-minute period. So it's obviously it's going to be so just about 20 seconds left in the to end the timeout. The timeout between periods. As we head back out now for the fourth and final period. So again, just to start off proceedings here, we have Amelie Alexander getting the first goal of this fourth and final period. Shaquan Richardson playing at that goal defense position now. Again, the approach is so smooth that it's very difficult for the very stagnant Global Campus defenders to, and there's a brilliant shot there from Abraham, her first goal of the day, and what a time to uncork that beauty. and she threw it in traffic, and as a result, but she's now cooking again, Alexander. Remember, she was playing goal attack earlier. She's been switched now to the shooter. And it just shows just how versatile she is. And even more interesting is that her earlier partner, Kiko Roy, who started as the goal shooter, she has now gone back as the goalkeeper. So she has switched totally from an offensive player to a defensive player. And now we have a third player back there playing defense as well. So I think the coach would have sort of emptied his bench, and because he knows, giving all his players now an opportunity to run or to get a run out. They need to shift the goal back into position, I think. So again, even the inbounds passes are tough for them to make because they're attacking all the outlets or the possible outlets, and as a result, there's nothing they can do about it. So again, no matter what they try, they get physical with them. The Mona players are very adept. Their movement is so crisp, and it's like the 3 seconds. She needed her teammates to give her options there, but St. John got none. And there's the difference. Look at how quickly that ball is released. So I think they just needed to make the little adjustment. The mat, that the sort of the non-skid matting that they put under the pole so that it doesn't slide around or doesn't shift unnecessarily. And again, Alexander is becoming very clinical right now. And not on this occasion, she couldn't get that one to drop. Again, good anticipation. I don't think that pass was originally intended for her, but again, going after everything. And again, much too easy. It's now 68-6. So they've scored 1 goal in this half, in this quarter so far. So again, so they're just cruising right now, 68-6. So this was always going to be a struggle, and so it's turning out to be. So I think they just give them a timeout here for the ball to be wiped off and dried a little bit. It's been slippery. But certainly this is they made additional changes, so Mona just exposing all of their players as best as possible. Again, the approach work is so good. That they're almost toying with their position now, but you could see with the Mona team, they're so well drilled that even at this stage, when they've basically won this game in the first quarter, they're still pushing hard. That's because they have new players out there who are just trying to impress and to show that they understand what the system is and what the expectations are. And so these are very high standards that they've set for themselves, and everybody is playing their part regardless of the position that they've been assigned. So like infringement there, but they continue to pile on the scores here, and they're going to make a big difference. And so now the original goal shoot is back on, and as Roy is back in as the goal shoot, she played goalkeeper for a bit, and now she is back in her original position where she started. And it's much too easy. And the goal defender is having issues getting a bib on. So it's just been a real bloodbath of sorts. And that's because of the professional nature and this well-oiled machine that is the Mona Campus netball team. They never gave them a look in this game, and they're just continuing to pile it on. And Roy, who's come back on, she's had that sort of inconsistent periods where she misses simple shots, but then she would make some difficult ones as well. And here she's again missing, but then getting her own rebound and giving herself a chance to make amends. So it's really been a tough assignment for the Global Campus. So there is a player down. So we do have a little bit of a pause in the action, and they could see the Jamaicans making their adjustments. Now Alexander, who had played goal attack, then played goal shoot, just went off, that allowed Roy to come back on, and now she's back on as a wing attack. So showing her real versatility here, and showing that she can play in almost any position on the netball court. And another rebound. They have not been able to stop all evening long. And again, almost caught unawares there, and just Roy again missing. But she's able to get her own rebound, not once, not twice. So we have a little change here. Belinda Theophile is going on as a wing defense. And another rebound that they failed to even attempt to get. And Abraham fighting hard for everything there, but not able to even come up with that one. So more opportunities there for Trionique Neal. Here's Roy again. So here they go now as they wind down this clock. It's up to 83 now. So can she get off one more? There it is. That will get them to 84 to 6. So it means that they scored one goal in this fourth period, and as opposed to 26 scored by Mona in this second half. So 84 to 6, the final score in this encounter, and a comprehensive win for Mona, and winning by 78 goals in the final analysis. So congratulations to them, and of course we'll be coming back with the second game of this doubleheader. We'll try to get the final stats for you because they kept subbing players in and out, so we have to try to get the final tally. But I would imagine that Roy would have had a good outing, 28 of 49 when she was on in that position, and then 24 of 32 for her partner Alexander. But Alexander also switched to shooting, so her figures would probably improve as they go along. So, but that is the situation. We do have a second game coming your way, and that is coming up in a short. And that should be Five Islands and Cave Hill coming up in a short while. In fact, that game is scheduled to go shortly, so we'll take a quick break and then we'll come back with that action for you. That's the second game coming up in a little bit. So as we welcome you back here, we're getting ready for another encounter. This time, of course, Keyville up against the Five Islands campus. The Five Islands campus in their more or less green outfit. And the Cave Hill in the black with the yellow bibs. So here we go as we get this one on the way. And again, Cave Hill easy does it there for Wharton. Shanice Wharton. And easy does it for the young lady Shanice Wharton, and her sister is Shanice Wharton. She's playing the goalkeeper for the Barbados outfit, so they're up to 3-0. Goal attack is Boxell Drakes. Makeda Boxell Drakes. And again, the ball is being placed into traffic, and once it is, so there are a lot of hands there that it could easily bat the ball away. So they have to be very mindful of that, the Five Islands players, to give their teammates a chance. And again, once they put it in that traffic, it's easily intercepted. And then there's no stopping this young lady. Almost toying with the goalkeeper there. And the goalkeeper for the Five Islands is Kiana King. And she's really up against it there. And now it's a chance there, but their goal shoot unable to convert, as opposed to what is happening at the other end. That's Joy Shaw. But he's tumbling all over the place, and just showing you the kind of effort that these young ladies are putting into each and every game and each and every pass. So once again, we have a game similar to what transpired earlier, where it's just the little nuance of the game that they are having difficulty with the Five Islands. Cavell, of course, keeping the tradition, that Barbados tradition, that strong netball tradition alive. As it goes without saying that Barbados, well, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados would be the three top countries, netballing countries in the region. Grenada, of course, will also put its hand up at times. St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they all have periods, but in the main, the three powerhouse countries would be Jamaica, of course, third and fourth in the world, and of course Trinidad and Tobago, former world champions, and of course Barbados, a country that has been punching above its weight every so often. So 8-1 the scoreline. And the thing is, she doesn't even jump. She is so strong and she's so much taller than the defenders that she doesn't think she needs to jump. She's just standing there anchored to the ground and just using her length and her weight so people are just bouncing off of her whenever they try to challenge. So a good interception there from Kiana King, but they just give it right back to Cavell. But you have to admire the energy levels of some of the players on the Five Islands team. They might be trailing this game, but they're certainly prepared to run and to make life as difficult as possible for their opponents. This is where they have their big issue, because there's nobody stopping this young lady. Very difficult for them to stop her. She's so clinical, and once the entry pass is a good one, and so what you have is one Wharton, Shonice Wharton, S-H-O-N-I-C-E, and then that's a goal shooter, and the goalkeeper at the back is Shanice Wharton. So one is an attacker and the other one is a defender. Two sisters, Shanice and Shanice. At some point they're going to have to lengthen those passes, and but it might be the way to go, because the longer passes are being intercepted repeatedly. So it might just be the case of the shorter passes, making sure that they hit their targets. So Shanice Wharton turning provider there for the goal attack Boxell Drakes. So there she goes on a neat little flick of the wrist just to give the ball enough of a backspin. Another opportunity here, and again good defending, just grabbing that one almost like a basketball player, blocking a shot. And that's Brewster, Destin Brewster, the wing attack. There you go again, and excellent finish once more by Boxell Drakes. (16-1) it is now. So it's an early blowout, and that's because they're just short of viable options. So a great entry pass, and she couldn't finish it on the day. Joy Shaw had a good look. And again, it's almost like playing with them. And that's because they're so strong, the Cave Hill outfit, and especially with Shanice Wharton in the and there you go. So just getting her second goal to go down, Joy Shaw. So a quick substitution being made in the wing attack position. Crystal Simon coming out. Again, good quick exchanges, but the ball just being turned over repeatedly. And every time they play the ball, they're just like a step behind where they need to be. Quickly, they're on the march again. And here she is again, showing great movement there, but the pass was so quick she almost took the head off her teammate. First time pass, almost looking like Shaquille O'Neal there as she tried to play that no look pass. And again, that entry pass is not the best. And they're coming in the other direction now. So no respite for the Five Islands outfit. The Cave Hill campus, they're just finding ways to score and to just keep the pressure on with interceptions at the back. It's been made to look rather easy. And what is even more incredible, 24-2. At the end of the first quarter, and a thoroughly dominant performance indeed by them, and one that they should be above. There's confirmation, 24-2 at the end of the first period. So as we head back out for the start of the second quarter here, it's dominant by Cave Hill, 24-2. They are on top. And of course looking to do exactly what we saw from Mona. And this young lady is certainly, you can't say she's throwing her weight around, but it's difficult for the other players to sort of manhandle her and push her around. She's so big, she's so sturdy, and look at her position. She knows exactly where she wants to go, and how it is she's going to maneuver into that circle. And a goal attack, Boxer Drakes, Makeda Boxer Drakes also doing very well. So again, once you're less than 3 feet, the referees are going to blow every time, especially in the shooting circle or semicircle. So again, a good sequence this time from the 5 islands, but they're too infrequent where they're able to get the ball up court quickly and give their shooters a chance. So 27-3 now. We have a quick substitution. For Kayfield, the goal attack has been substituted. That's Drakes. It's a new goal attack. And she is really money in the bank, as they say. She's clutch. She knows exactly what she wants to do. And again, she's able to do what she wants to do. And because she assumes those positions close to the goal, that it's very difficult for them to deny her. So she knows how to seal people off as well. And once she gets you pinned, it's difficult for you to move, and she's the only one moving. Again, a quick interception, and away we go again. Very easy for Kayfield to make their way down court, and they're also so quick and so well oiled that they're able to intercept time and again. That's a dangerous pass in her own defensive third. So again, it's almost like clockwork with her. And good hands again from the goalkeeper Kiana King, but they're going to need they'll need her to be cloned for almost every other position as they continue to dominate proceedings here from the inside. There's really a mismatch, and she's too big, too strong, and too comfortable in that circle. And they're going to make another substitution, a quick sub. Trying to get out and look at Barbados dominating. And she might have been just off court, trying to come off and then back on. Really, they don't have an answer for her. She's so big and strong, but she knows what she's doing. And probably the most diminutive player on the court. Continues her push to keep that drive alive. But every time even when they get an interception, they cannot find the proper pass to allow them to advance the ball comfortably. It's all been too risky. And that's because they're turning the ball over and they're literally giving it to their opponent. So even when they make a good play, the Five Islands, it somehow ends up in this lady's hands. And she is just dominant now. 33-3, the scoreline. Still they're pushing on here and really just enjoying themselves to no end this Cave Hill campus. Five Islands really no match for them, and so again, it's more of the same. It's like a recurring theme. They do well, they win the ball back, but they cannot finish what they started. Now here they go again. Talking about trying to give her options, but again, there's an errant pass. And what is the result? They're coming the other way. Again, but again, once more, it's tracked down quickly, and Cave Hill just stepping on the line, not able to do that. And this is where they have their problems. They can't get it out of their defensive third. And another turnover, so they're going the other way, and that has been really par for the course. What a simple read. So another push here, but this is going to be a tough afternoon for these young ladies from the Five Islands. They knew it. I think they understood that. They probably just didn't know how hard it was going to be. 35-3. They scored one goal in the second quarter so far. We have 5 minutes to go out of the 15 minutes. more of the same. And for a moment it looked like she was able to save it, but the whistle came to just basically frustrate them even more. And the big lady doing her stuff there, Shanice, and here she is anticipating very well the rebound. So Shanice Wharton, whose sister is playing goalkeeper at the other end, Shanice Wharton. And here she is again, looking to tuck on another two. And speaking of that earlier game, the Mona, the goal shoot, Roy, 36 of 66. Alexander, 34 of 46. She was more clinical than anything else. And of course Thomas also. Yeah, they are trying to force it in, but it's not going. And the other player making big news there, Wharton, the defender, Shanice Wharton. And she's making life very difficult for the attackers from Five Islands. The shooters, goal shoot and the goal attack. And even anybody who tries to get into that space. And again, not able to convert. That's the problem, because you're already giving up points at the other end, but you have to at least score the ones you create at your end. But that's not the case. There she is again, toying with the opposition, making it look oh so easy. They just continue to find ways to score goals and extend their lead. It's 40-3 now. And you don't see a way back 4 or 5 islands in this one. And again, no continuity in their play at all. But hopefully this whistle will help them out. But it doesn't, because it's going the other way. The Barbados now on the move. So again, nothing by way of a reprieve for them. The score just continues to swell, 41-3 now. It was 24-2 at the end of the first quarter. So they're getting a real lesson here in how to hold on to the ball, be very protective of the ball, and not allow your opponents a look in when you get any opportunity to score. Try to score. Again, she took the wrong angle. And just missing out there, and it would not have counted too because she had shuffled those feet. And even to get the passes in, they're having their problems doing that, those entry passes. And trying to lead her into position, but they have 6 seconds. Can they get it down quickly? Can they get it down quickly? They cannot. So 42-3. So they had 24 in the first half, and they tacked on another 18 in the second half. So they're pretty much on course here, but as opposed to just conceding one in the second quarter rather, and so they lead comfortably 42-3 at the end of the second period at halftime, and of course we come back with the second half shortly. So as we get ready now for second half action in this encounter, it is 42-3 now in favor of the Cave Hill campus, the ladies with the yellow bibs, as opposed to the Five Islands in the green bibs. And right now it is almost plain sailing. Now changing her position and going in at center was Hobson, Zandia Hobson. Rather Crystal Simon, who was there, but now she's in at center position. And battling there. She's small, but she's feisty, trying her best, but she's really been overmatched here, as will be most of the players, especially in that circle there, where she's just too big, too strong, too bright, too intelligent, too talented. And she's not giving them much of a leeway. And big effort here now. Can she put it down? And it's just not going for her. And again, Joy Shaw there just missing out. So it was a good opportunity for her to add another one to her name there, just missing out. But again, the speed and the quickness of the Cave Hill outfit making life very difficult for them. And too much traffic. And so again, this is really plain sailing for the Cave Hill campus. They have really not been challenged, although there's a lot of movement and a lot of effort being extended. They've really been able to just slice and dice their way through with relative ease, as is the case there. And that just shows you the versatility of Wharton, Shanice Wharton, the goal shoot, because she can pass the ball and she has a very good sense of where the ball needs to go and how she could get it there. So apart from her size, which is a big advantage, and her ability to shoot, which is also crucial, she can pass the ball and she knows positional play, and she's smart, so she knows how to organize herself. And again, another beautiful lob into Wharton. Money in the bank. It's very automatic with her. It's almost unfair, one would have to say, to the defenders, but that's what they signed up for. And that is the assignment at this point in this game, is to try to deny her as much as possible. And the key is, if you go left, she can use her weight, her size, to roll you right, and then she frees up the space behind her. And that's why a lot of times you see her put her hands up and sealing off the defender in front of her. So you can't always front her and think you're going to get away with it. And also at the other end, you look at Joy Shaw. Most of the passes they're trying to get to her, they're trying to get it behind the defender. But guess what? The defender is Shanice Wharton, the sister of the goal shoot at the other end. And so she isn't much smaller than her sister. So they have their bases covered. They have the attack covered and they have the defense covered. And they are just making life difficult for the Five Islands outfit. And making good with Bramble. Narissa Bramble did very well, doing very well on defense at that goalkeeping position, but she can't do it alone. Back there now it's 47 for 3. 5 minutes gone in the third period. Again, there's nothing to stop them. They're just basically walking in now into those advantageous positions and capitalizing. And then of course all the amount of turnovers also making life difficult. So I think what they need is just a rhythm, just to kind of get a couple goals going and showing what they're capable of, because you get the impression that they're more capable than we've seen. It's just that they're up against such a formidable opponent in the K-Ville campus. More problems for them, because every time they seem to they get numbers back, but they just can't get the handle on the ball cleanly. And that ball is one of those things, if you bubble the ball, the referees are going to blow the whistle. So you have to grab it and make it stick almost immediately. And how often we see that. So more 51 for 3, and we're going to have another substitution. K-Ville again with a scoreline like that, they would want to give as many of their players exposure. Again, look at how easily they're able to move down court, but that's good defense. And another empty trip, and that has been the story for them. Once she gets into position, and she does have decent range as well, but she feasts under the goal or under the net, and as a result she doesn't give herself, you're not sure if she could shoot from distance, but she's just so well positioned most times. And of course, because she can pass the ball, she knows how to get her teammates going as well, as opposed to look at the movement or lack of movement of Joy Shaw. Now that one got to her, but she cannot finish it off. And I was just about to make the point that how can they move her around, but they just don't. It really comes down to now a matter of size, and she really has to, she could front at times, but she tends to want to back up and go behind trying to get the ball over the top. But when you have such a tall defender, it's difficult. Look at that lovely interception, and they're off and running again. Money. So just offside there, encroaching on that area. Can't always come. They're trying again to get it behind her. She has to front her sometimes. Joy cannot, really cannot stand there and hope it gets to her. It's too many times. A lot of the entry passes are slower, so they're not as accurate as they need to be, and they're slower. So the defender, Wharton, is able to intercept quite a few passes intended for sure. (53-4-3). So a quick switch around, playing on goal defense, but the bib is on incorrectly. Another easy bucket, or another easy goal, I should say, for her. Really, it's almost too automatic for her. It's more and more and more, and they just keep pouring it on, and there's really no response, because when you consider they didn't score in the last 7 or 8 minutes of the second period, and they haven't scored almost after 12 minutes of this third period, so it's been a while since they last scored a goal. And those turnovers are killing them. So Shaw has to look for the ball now. She has to try to separate herself from the defender and try and get into position. She keeps staying stagnant and asking for the ball over the top. But once the defender, who is bigger than you and taller than you, is there, there is the possibility of an interception. But also, the entry passes have to be accurate passes. She's just too clinical right now. Opportunities now, and this is the best thing to do, for them to just slow it down and make the passes as accurate as possible. And still trying to get it, but still get it, you know. They have a chance here now. You have to be smart, and she's on the line. So again, another empty trip. So this is not gonna do too much battling under there. It's gonna be rough for her. So Joy, this is good though. She at least showed some movement, but she can't finish the job. So it's just been very, very tough for them. So a chance here now for Joy to shoot, and she does. So that's their first goal in this third period, and it comes inside of the last 30 seconds. Can they get another one? Can they get it into her quickly? And so that's a good pass, and she makes it count just on the whistle. So 60-5 is how the third quarter has ended. Again, a productive one, another 18 goals for the Cave Hill campus, but Five Islands just came alive. They're late in that third period, picked up 2 quick goals, but those are just small consolations for them, because it's like 2 against 18 on as is the case with the Cave Hill. So they are well on course here. 60-5 at the end of 3. We'll be back with the fourth quarter. So, and the players have had another opportunity to refresh themselves, but more importantly, get some information and get an idea of what the coaches want for the last quarter. And here we go. 55 goals the difference. So Cave Hill well and truly on top. And we saw Mocha doing the business earlier as they walked away comprehensive winners, 84-6 in their encounter with the global campus. And Wharton just took a step there. And this is good netball. And Wharton again able to tidy up her own mess. And remember, those are fine margins, so look at how difficult it is for her. They just can't roll her. Just shuffling the feet there, so that doesn't count. 62-5 it is. And again, Joyce Shaw not able to do so. Just a decent spell here for that's almost impossible for her to defend that, because once it rolls off the rim like that, it goes away from her, and she's in no man's land there. She's like a lamb to be slaughtered there, because it's so difficult for her to get around the wide body of Shanice Wharton under the goal like that. But that's a tough ball, because to get it it has to go up and down, and then once the defender has a sight of where it's going, again those passes are just it's really like a 50-50 ball they're throwing up there, and it doesn't really give their teammate much of a chance of getting the ball properly. And this is what they need to do, just kind of walk the ball. And but once they try to make those long range passes, it's just not happening for them. They don't have the speed, and they kind of power on those passes, and so a lot of times they're not able to get into position. And here is a second attempt at the cherry. And once more, the entry pass is not a good one. And that was a golden opportunity there. They had her open, they just couldn't hit the target. And just going for that return, she has to be more aware of where her positioning is in that center circle, because their bodies crowd in there. And she's so good at really getting players out of position. just not able to track that one down. So once again, they're just rolling along, and it's like they're taking turns of testing the rim to see if it is hold up, because the ball's bouncing all around the rim many times now. And good hands there, but again, where is her outlet? And she's not getting much this. And again, it's really about those continuation plays. You have to know where to go in order to get the ball, and it has to happen quickly because the defenders are moving, and they're moving very, very fast indeed. And Wharton really just building here, although it's a much better showing in this period than any of the other 3 periods by the Five Islands, because KFL, they've not really been able to dominate by way of scoring too many. Let's see another almost another empty trip, and this is kind of like where they have to be a little more protective of the ball. You don't want to not at least get off a shot. Every time you get possession, that's the aim, is to at least get a shot off. Let the shooters shoot, and good things will happen when you do that. But when you keep losing the ball mid-court, they are just idle in that center circle there with nothing to do, and no hope of them competing. And this young lady just continues to throw them in. Shawnice Wharton. There she is again, like taking candy from a baby for her. She's just so well positioned 90% of the time. She knows exactly where she wants to go, and she knows how to stay sort of connected with her opponents, so she knows a thing or two about their tendencies. So she has been able to really work her magic, so to speak. (71-6) is where we are now. We still have just over 6 minutes left, so they could tack on another 10-12 goals. I don't think they'll be able to match the 84 scored by Mona Campus. (71 now to 6). And again, they can't defend that lob. And that's good defense, but an excellent ball in, and wonderful entry pass by Brewster, Destiny Brewster. So we have a little bit of a change here, and that's because Shanice Wharton is back on the court, but she's not playing goalkeeper. She's playing as a wing defender. But she's playing goal defense. So what a stop there. She was at full stretch there, trying again, but this time it's too well placed. And when you lose it that close to your own goal, you have nobody to blame but yourself. That pass cannot go in that traffic. And I don't know how many times I've attempted it. .75 now, so they still have 4 minutes, so they could very well get the 9 or so that they need. So that's 1 down to 3:47 remaining. So again, can they convert turnovers into points here, or into goals, I should say. And again, so it's been a real mixed bag from Joy Shaw. She's much more clinical than that. Really, it's been a real uphill climb from the very first whistle. And that's because this young lady is really a cut above the rest, and she's not letting up. When she isn't scoring, she's assisting as best as she can. So we have a couple quick changes as coaches try to rotate everybody in, give them a chance. I'm not sure if it's going to change the scores of the teams, but I think it's incumbent upon them to try to facilitate everybody, make sure that everybody has opportunities. So now an opportunity to get that one in, but she can't, and that's because it's really a hopeful ball. She's just lobbing it up there, hoping that it finds its target. And Joy Shaw has really been cold, ice cold. She's normally better than that. Now when they play these short passes, this is when they're most productive. You can either forward for a woman, for another game to go is 77, so they may not even break the 80 goal mark, let alone the 84 scored by the Mona campus in Jamaica. That is 78, but we have under 40 seconds left. 78 to 6. Can they get another one? 79, 25 seconds. Can they win it back and get to 80? They almost did. Now they have it. Now they have it. And a little nudge in the back, so they may still get it with just under 5 seconds left. And there it is. So they get to 81. So 81-6, the final score here meant that they scored 21 goals in that fourth period and walk off 81-6 winners. So it was 24-2, 42-3, 65, and 81-6 Cave Hill. So that is the situation here. We've had two fairly one-sided netball games. We saw the Mona just blow away their opponents 84-6. And now in the second game of today's doubleheader, another high scoring on one side, 81-6 is the final score as Cave Hill campus took care of business against Five Island campus, and which was to be expected. So that is where it ended here. So stay with us. We still have a lot more to come your way as we continue our coverage here on day 2 of the Uwi Games 2026. And coming up at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, men's volleyball will take center stage. Cave Hill against Five Islands. So we just saw that there in the women's netball. That will be the case with the volleyball. And also in men's volleyball, the Global Campus will come up against Mona Campus. And then in the nightcap, a really big one, Mona against Cave Hill. That's at 6 o'clock this evening. And then men's basketball at 8 will see Mona against, well, rather we'll see St. Augustine against Cave Hill. That ought to be an interesting battle as well. So we hope you stay with us here as we continue our coverage of Uwi Games 2026 here on the Uwi Global and of course the 360 TV as we take a break for the time being. But when we come back, we will have you covered with the volleyball action right here at Uwi Spec. Welcome back to the Uwi Spec as we continue our coverage here of the Uwi Games 2026. And of course, we're coming to you live here on 360 TV and of course in the Uwi Global. No doubt following these games, and already today we've been able to bring you quite a number of events, including women's football, cricket action as well, table tennis this morning, netball a short while ago, and now we're focusing on the volleyball, men's volleyball action. And first up we have Caveville against Five Islands, and of course Five Islands in their traditional green, Caveville in their black and white outfit. And this will be followed by another men's volleyball encounter between Global, and that's the Global campus, and Mona of Jamaica. For those of you who may just be joining us, again, congratulations to Mona. 84-6 winners over the Global campus. This is in the netball. And of course, in the subsequent game, we also had another blowout. Caveville of Barbados against Five Islands. 81-6 was the score there. But I can bet my house, and that will not be the score in this encounter here between Caveville and Five Islands. And in fact, we might be in for a surprise or two in this encounter. Immediately you see the players taken to the court, and we do apologize. We would have started earlier, but the netball ran a bit late, and then of course they had to clear the court, set the court, so it took a while. But here we are as we get ready now for the start of proceedings in this one. I think we've been anticipating this for quite a while, and here we go in this encounter. So very interesting matchup. We're looking at some of the athletes out there. They all seem very keen to do their bit, and I think both teams would love to get off to a fast start, because this is one of the sports, while you could make up and you don't want to fall too far behind, and but it will be very, very keen. Here we go now, the captain serving first up. Jones, Sergio Jones getting it up, and first point going to the Caveville, even though it got blocked out of bounds, and points will count there for them. Caveville actually carrying a very slim squad. Chance here, point going to the Five Islands. So a smash from very deep indeed. So now we'll change serve, and sizing it up here is O'Shane Grant for the Five Islands. Nice serve, captain play, just trying to use the thing, and I think that was a slight miss there, because I thought his teammate thought that Grant had it covered, but Grant missed it completely, and that just kind of threw off Darren Williams. So the change serve going back to Caveville, kept in, and just missing. So it goes to Caveville. So they are by 3-1 now, and they retain serve. That's a good serve, getting it down, lovely. Again at the net, they're dealing with it quite nicely. There's Felician, Jaleo Felician, climbing higher than everybody, and then using the space, finding the open space in the court. It's a crowded court. And again, another brilliant serve, very deep indeed, kept in. And is it a net infringement? And yes, so a net infringement on 5 Islands. So it goes to Cave Hill. So they're off to a 5-1 lead. And another good serve. And again, another net infringement. So this could be, yes it is, another net infringement. And so it's going the way of Cave Hill. So this has been a good sequence here by Batson. Another fine serve. Really just dipped and passed under the arms of Darren Williams. So what an early sequence here. 7-1 it is in favor of the Cave Hill campus. And a brilliant start. And when you consider the serving of Jaden Batson, I think he's 1 point on about 5 serves, consecutive points. He's been able to get his team going. So it certainly makes for interesting. It certainly makes an interesting scenario here, because I'm sure the 5 Islands outfit might be a little bit stunned right now, and they would gladly, would love really to get their hands on the ball to serve, because that's where you could really set yourself up, as we saw there with this man. He served brilliantly throughout. And here he goes again, Jaden Batson. Another good serve. And excellent serve once more. And what is good about his serve is it had pace and then it's dying. When it passes the net, you could see it making it's almost like the air is coming out of the ball as it passes the net. So it's going down. So you have to dig it out, trying to get under. The libero having a hard time figuring it out. It's another good serve. This one is alive and blocked at the net. Good anticipation. That's not going to hurt. Excellent work at the net again. Can he get it down? Still can't get it. Not played properly, and that's going to be an infringement. That's the 4th touch, and you only allowed 3 to get it over. So again, Cave Hill off and flying here, 9-1 now. And guess who's serving? The same man is serving, Jaden Batson. He's really put his team in a strong position here. Some lovely serves. And that's too long. So that makes it 10-1 now. And this is a very fast start for Cave Hill campus. And this man with this serve has really done very well. You figure the law of averages suggests that at some point he's not going to get it right. And he found the net on that occasion. So now, can they respond here? Kyron Davis, and he is into the net. So that's another point going the way of Cave Hill. Whereas earlier before in volleyball, you used to have to, you could only win on your serve, but now you could win on anybody's serve now. So it's every time the ball is served, it's worth a point, either way. But whereas before you had to serve to win the point. And when you won the point, then you'll be able to get back to serve. It's another good serve. Again, dying on them. Very well done. That's good defense. Now, can they execute? It's just a little too soft. He needed to terrorize them there a little bit more, but he didn't. It's still alive. Good block. Good anticipation. Now the finish. And excellent. Excellent stab as well. So that should be the point 4-5 Islands. Oh, it was 11-3. That's more like it. And this time he went for the more controlled serve and he just missed. Another good serve. Plenty of swerve in that one. And just blocking it at the net. Really. Meet me at the net. And that is exactly what he did there. That's a brilliant block by Sebastian. He's not the tallest, but boy, he was able to climb and time it beautifully. It's another good serve. So far, the Bajans have found a way to serve it and serve it well. A good smash there by Shamad Banis. And boy, they need that. 13-4. Remember, they're going up to 25. Excellent serve, but handled well. And can he keep it in? Just on the line. Brilliant work there indeed. Good recovery. For a moment there, it looked as if it was going to go, but he certainly kept it on there. And so Banes now, who had that .1 earlier, is going to serve for 5 Islands. And arms at the net. So once they serve, again, they're just clarifying. You can't put it above your head. Once you put it above your head, for the serve, that is, it has to stay down once the man is serving. And just again, Grant thought it was going over the net, but it fell on his side. So they just gifted another point to Cave Hill. Good set. Down the middle he goes. That's a good spike, but good defense. And they get a point again. So it's really some excellent wing play there. Just climbing. And all that power generating. So entering the game quickly there is Daisley. He goes in for Tillman. Actually, Tillman is coming back in. And it's like they're not sure if they want to make the change, but now they make it. So, but Padmore is the man. Levi Padmore is the one who's lining up another serve here. The Bajans have served well so far, the Cave Hill outfit. They've also defended very well, but not much you could do with that one there. The libero Darren Clark, they probably got to him too soon, and that's the sheer power generated in the middle there by Kyron Davis, the captain of the 5 Islands outfit. This is Darren Williams. to 7 or 7-16 now. I see serves once more, gets another bite of the cherry. Let's see if we can replicate that. Just drop it over. Well, and again, O'Shane Grant at the net there, having, first of all, he had to try to locate it, and then by the time he got it, he really hit it too hard, away from all his teammates. And Cave Hill continues to surge. It's another good one. A little bit of miscommunication, and can't get it over. So 18-7. So they continue to stretch this lead here, even though Five Islands have kind of come into their own a little bit. And is it a line infringement? So he has to be careful. Probably just had his foot on the line as he was serving. And that's why the referees, one of them is at a height, so you could spot some of those things more readily. This is Joseph Kimani. Joseph serving, and again, just doing the finesse bit. Volleyball, a lot of it is about power and speed, but sometimes finesse can win you points, and that was a classic case there. It's another good serve, and just skying at the net. Brilliant work again. He's not the tallest man, but Felicien knows exactly how to climb. It's almost like he has a ladder. He knows just how to get up in time. 20-8. Another brilliant serve. Had a lot of swerve in that one. And he misses. Just misses. He's trying to go back across court and came up short. Davis, I'm sure he'd want that back if he can. It's another good serve. They continue to serve brilliantly, and this time just not able to get it through. So they're just a little out of sync, and I want to believe by the time the second set rolls around, they may be a little more relaxed and probably just a little more comfortable with what they're doing. Right now they just seem a little bit, I think that fast start that they conceded to, and again it's like he didn't see the ball. It just hit him in the chest. He never saw it, and again because he thought his teammate was going to play it, and it's almost like he dummied him, and he just took it straight in the chest and down. So like he never kept his eyes on it. He really thought that the number 10 Darren Williams was going to play. Darren Williams left it, and it just dummied him, but they were so close together. Banis never had a chance. There it is this time. Williams plays, and again into the net it goes. So it has been that kind of a start for them, a little bit sluggish. So they won away now from winning this first set. 24-8 it is now, and look who's back there serving. Sergio Jones. Another good serve. O'Shane Smith trying to keep it in. They still have possession, and they still get it again. It's still alive. Another opportunity. Still alive. Still alive. Up it goes. Now time to finish it. Trying to finesse it over the line, then the smash, but again the net infringement. His lower legs touch the net, and it stays. Actually they give them the point, so that is the first set. So it's 25-8 is the first set. And again, they got off to that fast start, and you just saw how the Five Islands just kind of struggled to get back into the thick of things and into play. But they now will certainly try to get themselves going again and maybe give a better showing. Certainly avoid another fast start from the Cave Hill campus outfit and just make life a little bit easier for them. But if they allow a similar type of start, then they may very well end up in even more problems, because what they realize is that it's not easy to sort of go toe-to-toe with this Cave Hill campus outfit. So you're better off trying to get a lead and then try to nurse that lead as best as you possibly can. But right now, what a splendid first set. And some might say it was a one-sided set, but there was so much good volleyball in there that you really have to tip your hats to both teams. But there were some errors as well, and some simple errors that I'm hoping that the Five Islands team can actually tighten up on. And if they do that, then they will be in the game and avoid another fast start, because they basically dug themselves a hole and were always trying to climb out of it. And you want to try to avoid that as much as possible. So here we go, to get ready for the second set. What a first set we had there for Barbados, and I was particularly impressed with their serves. Everyone served brilliantly in that first set. Can they replicate that now in the second set? Only time will tell. But they must be brimming with confidence after such a brilliant start. And when you look at their numbers, they are really low in their numbers. They only have like 9 players. Yeah, they only have 9 players. So they just rotating one person. Actually, it's only 8 that I'm seeing. So, which is even less. Yeah, so they're basically 7 on the court and 1 off it, or should I say 6 on the court and 1 and 2 off it. So they are very, very thin right now. So again, the anticipation is that he's going to serve from right to left. So they're just trying to set up their defense. And again, from defense, they could spring into attack quickly. Here we go. Started the second set. What a kill. Up and down quickly. Nobody could get under that one. That was a wicked smash there again from Jones. And he doesn't need to get a running start. It's just spring from almost a standing position. He just gets up and down quickly. Again, another good serve. So that good serve continues in this. That's a tough one because they're slightly behind him. Nevertheless, chance to finish it off too long. So again, that's a good serve. That ball is gathering speed at the end. They're going to get it back here now. Chance to try to finish it off. and just not able to. That's a good, another quick serve, and problems there, not able to track it down. So 3-1 it is now. Can they really stay in touch early? But that's a good serve. That was in the corner. Good power again. And it's the same thing that the referee was talking about, where you can just hand it so of course you just got away with that one. And that's a brilliant serve. What a serve. You really had to dig up the dirt to get that out. That was, although the Bajans have served brilliantly, that probably was the best of the lot there. That one went right down into the ground. So 4-3 it is now. Certainly a much closer game than the first set. Again, meet me at the net. 5-3. And we're seeing just how talented these players are. They might give up an inch or two in height, but they certainly make up for it. And a last-minute decision there by the libero, de Souza, to try to hold it in, and couldn't. In fact, many thought he was going to leave it and hope it dropped out of bounds. So 6-4 now, and on goes Clark, Darren Clark, the libero. Looking at some of the spectators here, they're very much into this game, as they should. This is an exciting second set. Just a late decision, and really, it's almost like he was just too casual there. He just wanted to put it back over the net when he could have done so much better with it. So a chance here now for Barton. Good serve once more, but this is a good chance to set it and put away with a plum. The big fella climbing high, Levi Padmore. He's a man who's no stranger here to Trinidad and Tobago. Tillman. And talk about return fire. That's almost like using his power and his pace against him, and just a stern block. And it was back at him in a flash. Before he even hit the ground after the smash, the ball was going back towards him. And again, just those continuation plays, they just, when they go off script, is where they're just lacking a little bit right now, the Five Islands team. There are our referees, Brian Charles up on the stanchion, and Tillman is just a little bit short. So 9-6 it is, or 6-9, serving Five Islands. Staying alive here now. Can they put it down? Brilliant work. Again at the net. They are so strong at the net, climbing very high there. Jade and Sebastian. And right in the middle of it all. They're not giving them anything easily. 10-6. 4 points separating them right now. Good quick serve, and again the ball just dancing in the air. And they blocked it, but they blocked it down. Instead of over the net, they blocked it in front of them. That was a 3-man wall they set up there for that. 7-10 now. There is, again, just a little too casual. There is Kimani Joseph, the brother of Alzari Joseph, and just not getting that first serve in. So it's 11-7, and the man who just had that big block, Sebastian, Jaden Sebastian, will serve, and he too comes up short. So that was a missed opportunity there to stretch that lead. Now 8-11. When you make a mistake like that, not only do you not add to your points, the opponent gets a point. And nobody home. Eight 12 it is, or 12-8. Barbados Cavehill serving. And here's a big fella, Jones again. And that's a deflection at the net, so that will go the way of Five Islands. 9-12. Way too short with that one. It's almost like he wanted to pass it under the net. And those are the sort of unforced errors that you cannot make in a game like this. This is still a tight game. It's 13-9. But when you miss out like that, you basically ruin your chances. But that's another fine block at the net. And they're so good with that. It isn't funny. And the shortest man on the Cave Hill team was the one blocking at the net. Another good serve. And down it goes. Here he is again. Skying and flying. Jaleo Felician. As if you're saying, never mind my height, but I could certainly climb. He has some real hoppers, as they say. Another good serve using the net. And what a shot there. Again, he didn't wait for anybody else to do it. He just went up and down it went. So we have a quick substitution. And so Darren Williams is exiting. And replacing him will be Anes Chastanet. And here you go. Here's Jadon Batson. He had a sequence of about 6 or 7 consecutive serves. That 1 points for Cave Hill in the first set. Here he goes again, trying his best. And just as it's over, stays alive. Well, well, well. What a play there. He thought it had finished, but it just dropped over the net, and then the return went wide. So almost as if he did it by himself there. Again, yeah, here we go again with Batson. This time he finds the net. (17-10) it is. Libero is out for Five Islands. Back in comes Joseph. They're trying to set up a block at the net here. Too long. Was there a deflection? Yes, they said it was a touch. Oh no, they changed it. The referee has changed his mind. Brian Charles says there was no touch. So it will go to Five Islands. 11-7, 17 now. And there's the big man, Joseph. He really is a monster at the net. He's very unassuming. Again, just outside. He had the line, he just missed. 13-17 now. And take it back. 13-18. Cave Hill. Really, almost every time they need an answer, seems like this man comes up with it for them. And here he goes again. Jelio Felician. Just coming off the net. It was difficult to play that back. 14-18. So they're just checking to see the rotation, to see who will serve next. And I think referee Joel Theodore is trying to make sure that the right numbers are on the court. So and it looks as if Davion Barton is the man serving. His serve is a good one. Now, can they keep it in? And just not able to get it back. Does well enough. And now Barbados trying to settle under it. And they get it to drop. Heavy on the net, but it just got enough. And over it went. 19-14, so they're maintaining this 5-point cushion. Remember, they lead 1-0. Tillman, nice serve, being kept alive here. Here he comes straight down Main Street, and there is the block. When it's that man right there once more doing the business, Sergio Jones, really leading from the front here. Tillman with another chance. Another good serve. They put themselves in trouble here. And Tillman not able to finish it off. So 1-4. Tillman is going to be replaced by Daisley. Kyle Daisley is on, the number 4. Remember, they just rotating 2 players. That's not a bad serve. In fact, it was mishandled, a double touch. So, and those are just sort of rudimentary errors that they're making. 16 to 20 again. Those 4 points. That's a good serve, and that's an even better block, but it's still alive. Trying to deceive them there. Now the smash into the net it goes, and doesn't matter. Again, Joseph not happy because he knows he could have done better with that one. 21 to 16 now, so 5 points. Good early serve, and back down it goes. Again, a very, very alert man there, Sergio Jones. Very alert at the net, and just putting it down when he saw the opening, all the chaos that was going on the ground. That's a brilliant serve, and that's even better for the Five Islands. They're not going away quietly. They're fighting tooth and nail for everything. 17 to 22. Just missing out there. Should be 18 to 22 now. Actually, it's 17-23. That ball did take the deflection and dropped in. Here they go again. Not this time. Brilliant from Kyron Davis. 18 to 23. A little bit of difficulty handling that serve, and again trying to keep it in once more, and turnover goes to the opponents. .24 now, so they're 1 away from taking a 2-0 lead, a 2 sets to nothing lead in this best of 5 series here. And just too lazy there was Jones. Almost like he just stood up there and said, look, take back that point. I'm sure he'd want it back though, but he's been brilliant. And here we go. So just like that, they give it right back to them. 25-19 is how this second set ends. And so we have a 2-0 cushion for the Cave Hill campus, and so they are pretty much on course here for a big victory. I don't think anybody expected the Five Islands to win this, but I think they need to start fighting a little bit more. They're playing well at times, because they're really up against a solid team. And should be able to just control themselves and just concentrate a little bit more. Just too many sort of unforced errors. Somebody leaving alone, hoping that somebody else plays it. When you're in front, you try to handle it as best you can, and you take care of business. So again, another opportunity for them to try and sort out whatever differences, whatever areas of concern they might have. So that when they come back out, hopefully they'll be able to at least make an impression here and avoid being swept as well. So 25-8 the first set, 25-19 the second set. So big improvement, but still coming up short. In this one. So So an opportunity for them now. This is it for them. This is a must-win set for them if they want to. So as we get ready now for the third set, this is a must-win for the Five Islands. They desperately need to win this one to stay alive. So it's another serve, but again hitting him straight in the chest there. Arna's chesting it. It's almost like he couldn't get his hands up in time. Here they go again. This is good from Cave Hill. Nice block at the net from Five Islands. Can they keep it going? Not this time. What a smash. Big effort again. He really went high there, Jaden Batson, and came down brilliantly with the put away. Still they're fighting for this one. Nice put away over the net it goes. Chance can't take advantage. Let's them the reset now. Long was there, he tipped it, and actually no, they missed it, so it's going to be going the other way. 2-1 now, with Five Islands getting a chance here maybe to draw level and start a sequence of their own. That's a very good serve, a lot of pace. And here is another big smash, and putting it down there at the net. So again, Joseph doing the business at the net. That's a brilliant serve. That one caused problems. Kept alive. Joseph just got under it a little too much. There is the finish. Brilliant finish once again by O'Shane Grant. Very alert there at the net. 3-2. This is their first lead of this match. Another good serve. And again, being long. Still fighting, and again so 4-3 now in favor of the KFL, and they give it right back. Actually, it's 5-3 to Five Islands. And just not able to get under it there. He was trying, but again, he had to go under it. Darren Clark couldn't get it up. And again, big at the net is the big fella, Kimani Joseph, keeping his team alive here. 7-3. And again, another brilliant sequence, but there's just speed and placement, and that is causing most of the problems for the Five Islands, because most of those smashes are down and away from where the players are most times. Net infringement, reaching over. So 8-4 it is. So Joseph probably looking to send a fast one like his brother does with the cricket ball. And a brilliant work again by the Bajans. Actually, it's an infringement at the net, so it's going to the Five Islands. They open up a 9-4 lead now. So they're really sizzling now, 9-5. And again, don't bring that here. 11-5 rather, Sebastian and Padmore. And they're saying don't bring that stuff inside here. Return to sender. Can they keep this one alive? Just getting it down there again. Wonderful volleyball. More opportunities here. Tillman with a nice serve. Handled beautifully. Down Main Street it goes. Just to be able to get it out, but not able to get under it. And placed it beautifully. So once again, a nice serve, a little bit of finesse, and a slight nudge on at the net means that it's a net infringement and it's going the other way. So now too far from the net to impact it in any way. Not too far to hammer it home. And brilliant again from Cave Hill. So they level things at 10 apiece now. So 11-10 they can ill afford to lose this match. This is the must-win set for them. Well, they need to figure out something here, and they're going to take a little bit of a timeout. 12-10, they realize things are slipping away from them. And they just decided to just call time for a moment and see if they can regroup and come again. So plenty of discussion taking place, and everybody is trying to keep it into the so now this is the opportunity here. They have to seize this opportunity. They have to stay in touch. Ooh, nobody home. Well. He was trying to go back across court to set up his teammate, but his teammate had gone center. And there was nobody there for the smash. You don't see that too often. There's always somebody on the wing there looking. This could be interesting. And again, now they're still having their issues at the net. Not everybody is comfortable there, and you're just seeing one or two areas shaking in, and now you're starting to see KFL starting to pull away slightly. 14-11, and there is the block, but it's not in time. 12-14. They're still trying to get some consistency in their play here now, and don't have to rely on errors on their opponents. But again, that man is right there all the time, Felician, always able to come up with something. Well, it's 12-15, so they spotted an infringement of sorts, but it's into the net now. So Barbados, Cave Hill looking here, 16-12. They're looking like they want to blow this game wide open here at this point. That they sense that they can accelerate their own progress. That's a brilliant serve. Not handled at all by the libero, Alex De Souza. On the opportunity and put away nicely. The big deflection, he hammered it home, took the deflection and went long, but it still counts. So 13-17 now, and this is a chance here now for O'Shane Grant to must get a good serve in. Lovely serve, put down. Really, they could have done better with that. Still another opportunity here, and a little deflection took something, and yes, it is. So that should make it 14-17 now. So they're not going away, fighting to the very end. Kept alive, put down, and not able to see it and then handle it, because you need good reflexes in a game like this. Once that smash leaves the opponent's hands, you have to be able to react and react quickly. Still trying to keep it alive, but not able to keep it humming. So this could be another opportunity here now. 15-8. Can they draw a level, or can they draw closer for now? That's a good serve. And here is the reply. Down the line it goes, but just outside. But you could see what he was aiming for. He had the line, he just missed it. So 16-18 now. Another real powerful serve. 17-18 now. Another opportunity here. Good look, good chance, and just long. So they had the opportunities, they just haven't been able to cash in on them. 17-19. Now had he hit that in, it would have been 18-18. So those are just the thin margins that is derailing them right now, or causing them angst. Just not able to, but so they're back within one. Nice opportunity here. You just feel that they have something up their sleeves. This man, can he produce a couple good serves? Unfortunately, the block of the net wasn't strong enough. So now they have a 2-point cushion. It's 2018. And again, a nice tomahawk there that is over the net and down. 19-20. This one looks like it's going to go right down to the wire. Neither team is prepared to flinch. Still more energy at the net. All the while, K-Ville just finding a way. 21-19 now. Remember, they need to win this set and win the match 3-0. Five Islands need something urgently. Trying his best there. This time they're waiting on him. And again, brilliant. Put away with some aplomb there by Batson. Jadon Batson really knows the moment. He knows how to come up with these big plays at critical times. 22-19 it is. Another good serve. Here they go again. And excellent work once more. And almost like a shot from a gun. And he might have just tweaked his ankle there, O'Shane Grant. And actually the worst thing they could do is untie the laces in scenarios like that, because if it's a sprain, they will probably start to swell a little bit, and He has to be so mindful. But he now has to be helped off. And as he limped off, maybe there might be better advice to just throw some cold water on it and not take off the shoe. Because if it starts to swell, it's just going to keep going in the shoe. At least it has some compression there. Maybe get some ice and pack it on there. So there is a little timeout for the, it's like an injury timeout if you want to call it that. The medical team is there, so they're going to take good care of him, I'm sure. And maybe try to get him back playing as soon as possible. So Barbados 2 points away from sweeping this, taking an unassailable 3-0 lead. They won the first set 25-8. They won the second set 25-19. It's 23-19 now. Can the Five Islands conjure up a run here? Chance here now for Cave Hill to really drop the hammer here and put this away. Don't want to give them any kind of an opportunity there or any opening, so that the next thing, as we say, give them an inch and they take a yard, or better yet, they take the whole house. So can they force a fourth set? That's the big question here now. Still trying to sort out who's doing what and who's where, but right now the score line is the main thing. It's 19-23, 19 to Five Islands. That's a good serve because it caused a little bit of problem, and that's it. So they're one away now, 24-19. And, so much riding on this one, yeah. 24-19. It's been a tall order for them, and here it is again. Opportunity, and almost both men. It's like a double play. Both men got up there, and if they had left it for anyone, it would have been that would have been the winning point there. But it's 24-20 as a result. And just actually apparently there was a net infringement, so that's the point here. That's game, set and match. So 25-20 is the score there. So they have won this match by a 3-0 margin, 3 sets to nothing. Convincing indeed. And customary, the athletes meet each other, greet the officials, and go through. No complaints. That was a really keen encounter, but the Five Islands just, and it started with that first set where they were so sluggish coming out of the gates. Because look at the second and third set, 25-20 in the third set, 19 in the second set, but it's only 8 in that first set, and that really set them back considerably. So I think when they look back at it, they will know that they probably shot themselves in the foot in that first set there. So that's how it goes. 3-0 in favor of Cave Hill, and I'm sure they will relish that and take that and try to duplicate that the rest of the way. Of course, we have coming up in a short while, we have another encounter coming your way. And that will be coming up soon. And that one will be men's volleyball again, the global campus again, Uwi St. Augustine. So the home team are getting ready to take center stage. We take a break and we come back with that as soon as they're ready to go. But as we leave you for the moment, congratulations to Cape Barbados beating Five Islands in men's volleyball by 3 sets to love 25-8, 25-19, 25-20. Welcome back to the Uwi Spec here in St. Augustine as we get ready. The second game in the volleyball, men's volleyball here on a beautiful Saturday evening. And of course we had some rain this morning, but that wouldn't affect what is happening indoors here. And in fact the crowd is of course primed for another interesting affair. We just had a solid performance again from Cave Hill, Barbados over the Five Islands and beating them in 3 straight sets. And here we go now for Mona, Jamaica up against the Global Campus. Mona, Jamaica of course will start as heavy favorites in this one, but I'm sure the Mona Campus will be hoping that they could probably spring us, the Global Campus will be hoping they could spring a surprise or two and maybe put the cat among the pigeons, who knows, but that's going to take some doing as this Mona team is primed and ready. So we're going to start things off here with Bob, Andre Bob, the man getting ready to. Andre is within, he has to come within the lines, he cannot back out of it. So here we go. And really a bit of a miss, a bad miss there. So here we go again, Bob. And nicely put away there by Green, Leonardo Green. We saw him in the basketball yesterday, doing very well, Leonardo Green. He was probably the lone scorer for them, but he was wearing the, was it number 24? Yesterday, and today it's a different player, and make that 2-1 in favor of Mona. And the James, Shavard James. And nicely done there by Franklin. Ronaldo Franklin making sure. Kept alive nicely by George. But Dietrich not able to get it over the net. And it's 3-2 now in favor of Mona. A little net infringement there, so all knotted up at 3 apiece. So the point goes to Global. Looked suspiciously like there might have been a deflection there. But all's well that ends well, as they say. It's 4 apiece now. just the angle was a little bad there, not able to really just keep it back in play. But it's good to see that there is good support for the global campus. And that was Tullock there, Timothy Tullock, with the smash. Six to 5 in favor of the global campus. So Mona, after a bit of a slow start, slightly indifferent, but they can't shake the men in orange and black. Here's green. And again, into the net it goes. So global campus probably surprising even themselves here right now. They're leading by 2. Make that 1-6-7 now. Nice put away there. Come in with a tight angle and really able to sky and finish. Just a little too strong, and it's back up to 2 points again in terms of the advantage. Blocked, but out of bounds it goes. So that will go to Mona. So they will close within 1 again, or they're tied at 8 now. Nice block, but it's still alive, and they can't keep it out. Persistence paying off there for Mona. Well, it's now 8 apiece. And again, it's that angle that is the most peppered area, because it's a big angle, and of course it gives you a wider area to aim at across court. Here we go, nice serve again, served up by Bob, kept alive. Trying to get it in, but that's excellent work there. Just trying to keep it alive from Ronald Hastings. Tied at 9 apiece. This one could give them the lead, but it's still there. Mona with a chance, just kept inside, kept alive there again. Still playing, still playing. Down it goes. Nice sequence, but finished off with a plum. Mona on top, 10-9 now. Can they kick it into gear and keep going? Global campus hanging around. This is the moment now when they start to ease away. Still alive. Jamaica, good defense. And still alive. Still going. Nobody could put it down. Still they can't get it down until they only just. (11-10). So Global Campus still hanging around. As we say in local parlance, still making a nuisance of themselves. Not prepared to die just like that. And Team Mona up 12-10. Nice little put away there by Hastings with the left hand going back across court. Seemingly off balance, but did very well. That's a good serve, low and close to the net. This could set him up nicely, and he does. Okay, and so it's battle from all sides. Clark there with that put away. Still kept alive. And again, but it just drops out of bounds. Into the net it goes there. Ronald Franklin. We saw him playing table tennis this morning. So he's had a fairly long day. Brilliant. Brilliant work at the net again from Mona. And the big fella clogging up the middle there. Tulloch, Timothy Tulloch. Hard to miss him. So might have been a little deflection there, just tipping it. So the point goes to Global Campus. 15-12. Bit of miscommunication there, misset, because he wanted it high and his teammate wanted to play it low for him to just tap it over. But it was too low, way too low. Figaro with the serve. And again Hastings trying to get up and over, but he was sort of almost lying down, almost level with the ground. So a timeout, 30-second timeout there, so they'll kind of recharge. And discuss what their plans are and how things are going. And try to see if they could improve on how things have started so far, but they've done very well. 15-14, both teams. I suppose will be happy. If anything, Mona might be a little bit disappointed that they haven't been able to pull away from the Global Campus just yet. And that's more like it. But Mona will be saying that's the way we do it. Set it and smash it. still going, and so 17-14, so it's who's first at 25, and you have to win by 2 clear points, else you keep going until somebody gets 2 clear. So again, into that antenna there. Have to pass on this side of the antenna, not through the antenna, or on the left side. 18-14 now, so they're gradually getting a foothold in this one. Still alive. And that's brilliant. Excellent work there by the big man, Ronaldo Franklin. That makes it 18-15. So Mona gives up serve, and it's Franklin himself who, or rather it's Green, Leonardo Green, who's going to serve. Sheer power coming at you there, pace. You have very little time to react. You could only hope it's close to your hands, so you could just move your hands. And again, into the net there. So joining the fray is Andrew Green for Mona. Way long. So now 21-15. So Mona just starting to inch away now. So this gives them now an opportunity to see if they can't finish off this first set here. Kept alive, still alive, done very well. Now who's to finish it this time? And again, getting in the way there was George, Shaquille George. We saw him play table tennis, we saw him play basketball yesterday. Here he is now playing volleyball. So that's a bad miss there, because Bob, I'm sure, would have liked to have seen his team inch closer to that 25, 22-17 it is. And again, kept alive now. This is where it could get interested. Still alive. Back in that corner and trying to finesse. But again, Franklin with a brilliant put away, Ronaldo Franklin. So again, we saw him playing table tennis this morning. He's here now with the bullet. 23-18 it is now. And just gradually starting to see the superiority of the Mona campus starting to sneak in. That one stayed. So 23-19. And just a little too long. So now they're 1 point away from winning the first set. It's 24-19 Mona. Team Mona looking to put away the first set. They'll have to wait. 24-20 now. Franklin, can he do the business for them? That's a brilliant serve, but well kept in. Just on the line. Is it out? No, it isn't. So that's the first set. 25-20 to Mona. So Team Mona takes the first set by 5, 25-20, and it probably might appear to be a little bit closer than they would have anticipated. So they go up 1, trying to see, no doubt, see if they could match Cave Hill, who won in 3 straight. It's not going to be easy because we've seen the global campus fighting them, pushing them. And all they need, I suppose, is a little luck in some of those moments, those key moments. And that could make all the difference when it's all said and done. Of course, Salim Ali, who was a former national coach here in TNT, is the one coaching the global campus. He himself worked here at the UTT, at the University of the West Indies rather. So, and himself was a former national player. So he has volleyball in his veins. His father, Maksud Ali, was also an outstanding volleyball player on the national team as well as in the club circles here in TNT. So just getting ready to start the second set in this one. Again, we hope you are enjoying our coverage here. And again, we want to thank all of our sponsors. So here we go again as we get ready for the second set, and it's Keaton Dietrich who is going to start us off here. So here we go now. sort of miscued that one and hooked it wide. Almost like a bad golf shot. Double touch there again, and it has to be one continuous movement, even though it's both hands. Has to be one move to get rid of it. Just getting in each other's way there. Try to set it up for the big man down the middle. And just getting enough of it there was Green. Leonardo Green. Set up for him, just wide again. And again, Franklin was going along with it, trying to go across court, but missed it completely. So they're down 5 early. So something to them to talk about. Of course, Salim not happy with that start, so he's trying to nip it in the bud as early as he possibly can. So I'm sure he'd like this to get his charges back on track like they did in that first set. But they're up against it now. Mona a little more determined. And of course Mona starting to tighten the screws here a little bit, or turn the screws on them. And that's Franklin again at his best for the combined, for the global campus. Franklin again, very menacing at the net. The man with a spring in his step. He really has good hops. And it started low, stayed low, and never had a chance in that one. Make it 7-2 now. Again, the block at the net, working to perfection there. And good work again at the net by Green to keep the global campus humming. And that's real power there. Just a little too strong. And he had another touch. He could have easily kept it and just set it. But he tried to see if we could get a winner immediately. Way too strong. And again, Franklin coming straight up the middle. What a rocket. Certainly now get the attention of the Mona players. He is again with another fierce strike. Set. Still alive. Again, a lot of movement, and that one coming straight at him. 10-6. Seems like we've been playing for much longer than 10-6, but there's so much happening. Plenty of rallies, and Shaquille George, they're not able to handle that one. And easy does it there for Timothy Tulloch. Really, once he gets it set nicely for him, it's very difficult for anybody to stop it. And that was a case in point there. Let's see how they measure up here now. Franklin, from whence it came, back it goes. Again, the big fella is at the net there, causing havoc, disrupting everything he can. That's more like it, says Green. Shakes his head in approval for that one. He thoroughly enjoyed that. Way too strong. 13-9 now. So every time Mona tries to inch away, the Global Campus finds a way back. $14-9 it is now. So they're just waiting on the table to make sure they have the substitutions sorted out or the score sorted all right. It's 14-9. We're in the second set. First set won handsomely by Team Mona. And there is Joel Theodore, national player, officiating in this one. Nicely kept alive there, but couldn't maintain it or couldn't get it over the net on the third attempt. So now, Dietrich, can he get one of his serves till fall? That's nicely done. And a big block at the net there again from the big fella, Jason Pierre. So 14-12 now, so things have become real tight now. It's a good serve again from Dietrich. Kept alive here by Theodore. And now a chance to set it, and he misses. Well, he had a whiff of that one, missed. And now they're within one, 13-14. And Dietrich will serve again. He's really put down some big serves. Can he land this one to tie it up? Still kept alive. Franklin can't get it to go this time. And that was another big smash. Again, using the width of the court. Going cross court. 15-13 now. And again, Ronaldo Franklin finding ways to keep his team in the hunt here. They're down by one, 14-15. Jason Pierre, who had that big block a short while ago, and then his serve is really deserting him now at this critical time. (16-14) Mona. Still alive. Who is going to get it down? Franklin keeps it up. Now a chance to set it. Still they can't get it, and that's a net infringement. So violation of the net brings them back to within one now. Opportunity here for them now. Francisco, too long. So, Global Campus not going away, sticking around. And he had a chance there to really bury that one. to kill it, but he couldn't. Miss-hit it actually. Again into the net, so we're all tied at 17. And the team Mona wants a timeout. So certainly the global campus are happy. They're humming right now. It's all knotted at 17 apiece. So an opportunity now for them to settle this now. This is critical points here. This is a critical stage for both teams. You don't want to give up anything easy. And you can feel the tip of the net. So we all square again, 18-18. Still alive this time. So Mona goes up by 1. So that timeout worked in their favor. Let's see if they can kick on like they did in the first set and just ease the way at about this stage. Not this time. Tied at 19. A net infringement that gives them, they got to, there you see the global campus supporters. They're making the most noise. They're in this game. They know it. 20-19. So 1 point separating these two, and this has been the case now for a while. They just can't seem to be separated fully. And again, another net infringement. So that's 2 in a row now. 21-19 it is. And you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot here. So you have to be so careful. Don't want to give away anything cheaply here. Set it up nicely. Still alive. So it's 21-20 now. This time Franklin went for the finesse as opposed to the big smash. Can't keep it in. So Franklin thought he had it, and then he lost it. 22-20 now. This is the critical stage. And just doing enough to keep it alive, and he came up trumps there with that. So they're going to make a quick substitution here. Coming in is Smith, and Pierre is out. Smith serves. Not a difficult serve, and easily dealt with. So 23-21 now. Is this the moment? So 23-22. So this one is going right down to the wire here. And still alive. So we all knotted at 23. So there was a change of recall there, so now it's 24-22. So that is huge. So that will be 24-22. There had to be an infringement down below by the net. So it's 24-22 after discussion with the referee. That's like you went to VAR there to see if we could correct that call. Sort that out for us up there. So it's another timeout. So 24-22 here. And so Mona 1 point away from winning the second set and taking a 2-0 lead. Another critical stage here. So here we go now. This is it. Can Global Campus get back into this one? They're down by 2 right now rather. So they need to take it one at a time. So out goes Green, but in comes the big fella Tullock. And they're going for it here now. Good serve first up. Now the smash, and he hits it wide. Or does he? No, he gets piece of the line. So that makes it 24-23. So this is it here now. And Franklin it is who is serving. And he's gone long. Well. That gives it to them 25-23 to take the second set. So now Mona leading 2-0. And Franklin was going for the whole hog there, trying to see if he could just knot it up. But instead, it sailed wide on him, sailed long, and that was that. So 2-0. Mona, but they know that they're in a little bit of a dogfight here. This global campus unit isn't going away that easily. So now is it the case where we're going to go down to the wire again in the third set, or will Mona finally kick it in again, find a way to put away their opponents? This probably has been tougher than they anticipated. And for the global campus outfit, they must be thrilled that they're putting up such a stern resistance and making a real fist of it. So it's 2-0. Global campus needing to win this next set to keep the game alive. So here we go now as the teams get ready to take the court for the third set. Is this the third and final set, or will we have a fourth set? And what it means is, if Global Campus could win this, we will have to go to a fourth set. And who knows what could happen then. But if they get the momentum, so here we go quickly now. So set number 3 getting ready to start. So, there we go. First serve, third set. And Dietrich unable to handle that one. Wasn't that difficult to serve either, but it just, again, the ball is moving. It's not a straightforward ball most times. So the scoreboard has gone berserk. It's 199. So they're gonna have to count down and count down quickly. And that's way out. So they're still having to count manually. The scoreboard is malfunctioning right now. So just to make sure that they have it sorted out. So I think they only just realized that the clock is way out of sync. And every time they try to reset it, it's going back to like 100 and counting down. So it's 4-0. That should be the score right now. So again, they're gonna have to do it manually or just take off the clock entirely. But it's 4-0. And that's right, so that's 5-0 now. Well kept there, kept alive, and then put away. So that should get it now to what, 5-1? Or 5-2 rather. Make that 5-3. And again, just catching the end to make it 6-3 now. It's a good serve. Just trying to keep it alive. And Dietrich just catching it at the nick of time to make it 6-4. So that should be 6-5 now. Oh no, actually it's 7-4. Some confusion as to and that one is long. That's 8-4 now. So Global Campus just need to regain their composure. And that will make it 9-4. So Mona comes out firing in this third set, trying to see if they could get some separation early and put this to bed. Nicely done. Set again, but kept alive. Chance here, brilliant. And the big fella comes through in a big way. Leonard Green with the put away, smashing it down the line for 9-5 or 5-9 as they serve into the net. You cannot afford that at this stage, and at such a critical game like this. That's really self-inflicted. And again, so 10-6. And that shot down the line is always available to him because nobody really covers that part of the court that much for the Jamaica. And that one is too long, not for the first time. And it comes at a critical stage. So the big man, Tulloch, again Dietrich with the kill to give his team a chance here to keep them humming. 11-7. And into the net it goes, 12-7. So they're just not able to really separate themselves the way they would have been hoping. It's a good serve. Still alive though, and just met it at the net, but not in time. 12-8 it is. So 12-8 or 8-12 with Global Campus serving. Just doing enough. And good work at the net to keep it alive. This time trying to set it. Still they're trying to set it. Still it's trying to set. And they had to reset and then just smash it away. So 12-9 now. Another good serve. Just can't get under it as they would like. So 13-9 now. Shavot James, yeah, this has to be a good serve to try to keep that advantage going. 13-9, Mona. Trying to squeeze it in the corner there. Here comes the big fella. Just doing enough. And again. And that's one touch too many. 14-9. Again, James with an opportunity here to tack on another point on his serve. Another good serve, kept alive. And again, still doing very well. This one is still there. And again, and this time he misses, but he didn't miss by much. Just missed on the outside. And it was a thin margins, 14-9. It should be 15-9. It is 15-9 now. And James again with an opportunity here to give his team some cushion. Just kept alive. And this time it's put away brilliantly there from the left hand Hastings. And this man James, this is going to be his 4th point, but they've asked for a timeout. So they're just not happy with this recent turn of events here, because this is like the biggest margin that either team has had. And that's 7 points the difference at this stage. And with this, the 3rd set, the global campus cannot afford to lose this one, because then it would be 3 straight to Mona. Mona now hoping that this is it for them. They finally get to shake off these pesky global campus players. They've really put up a fight here. And I don't think many people expected this, but this is how it has turned out. And James, 4 points on his serve so far, trying to make it 5. Still trying to keep it alive here. And again, this time they get at the net, an infringement at the net. So that will make it 16-10 now. So that's 1 down. Can they keep it going? They're within 6. And just not able, George just not able to keep that alive. 17 now to 10. Is this the moment here? Can they get on another rule? A gift. 11-17. And look who's serving, Franklin. He's probably looking to uncork one of his big ones here. Good serve, but again, they can't handle it. Franklin again. And the big man comes through once more. And he's such an aggressive player. And he seldom misses. And they need him to continue in that vein. And try as they did, just didn't come back for them. So now it's 18-12. So it's up to 6 again. The lead. And again, coming off the antenna. It's 19-12 now. Out again, so that makes it 20-12. So Mona on a roll here now, trying to end this in 3 straight. Make that 21-12. So they are starting to just pull away here now as the resistance by Global Campus is fading. Still there, still alive, and there he goes, the big fella at the net, smashing it away. Tulloch to the rescue, as they say. 22-12 now, they're 3 away. Hastings, another good serve, causing problems, kept alive, still alive, still alive, still. But once it gets on the hands of Franklin, difficult to defend it because he's so strong, he's so powerful. And he could hit you, could hurt you from in the front court as well as in the back court because of that power. That's an excellent set. And Tulloch coming straight down Main Street. 23-13 now. The gap is 10 and they're only 2 points away from a sweep here. Mona on the verge. Franklin tries again and he succeeds again. So they're going to ride Franklin the rest of the way, I would imagine, to see if he could get them back into this one. 23-14. Now it's up to Green to get this serve over. The big man there again. And again, but this time, the block, of course, he was blocking this way and they need him to block that side. Don't want to push it, just block it. Keep it down. Set. (23-16) now. So Mona on the verge, but they're just wobbling a little bit here now, and that time it's long, so it's 23-17. They're back within 6. And again, miscommunication there. Make it 23-18 now. And again, it's a miscommunication. The timing was off. Franklin, though, trying to keep it alive, and they can't. 23-19, they're within 4 now. So a timeout to Mona. As they seen their big lead whittle down here quickly to just 4. And the coaches, of course, probably just telling them, just focus, concentrate, do the basics, and you'll be fine. Just on a couple of occasions there, the miss-hit one, the miss-set one, and then, of course, the mistimed one. So those could so easily have been easy points for them, but again, when you get the timing wrong, everything goes wrong. So now, the Global Campus trying to claw their way back into contention here, and that's too long. That's a real gift there. So that puts them within 1, and they could actually serve out the set and the match. Here, who is going to do the honors? So, coming on now to try to end it all is Andrew Green for Mona. Can he get a serve up first up? Just a little bit behind, so Franklin can't get it. This could be it here. And it is game, set, and match. Mona winning by 3 sets to love, 25-19 is the final analysis. 20-25, 23-25, 19-25. But it's Mona all the way, winning by 3 sets to nothing. To continue their phenomenal run at Uwi Games 2026, and they have just taken care of business against the Global Campus, 3 sets to nothing. The final score here, once again, 25-20, 25-23, and 25-19. Spare thought though for the Global Campus. I don't think they were expected to extend Mona as much as they've done, and that should give them some heart as they go forward in the competition. But right now it is Mona celebrating yet another victory, 3 sets to nothing over the Global Campus, and that's the situation here for the time being. I think up next will be the girls, the women's volleyball, and that is coming up next.
Well, welcome back to the continued coverage of the Uwi Games 2026, and we are here at Spec in the indoors, and we are about to take in the last volleyball match of the night, and that's women's volleyball we are turning towards, and it's going to be Mona coming up against Cave Hill. Well, the Mona boys defeated Global just a few minutes ago, and the ladies will be looking to do likewise. The players will now greet each other. Players from both teams, as is customary, they greet each other, share smiles, extend greetings, and in a few minutes, it's going to be war on the courts. Looking at the Mona team, Gabrielle Finlay, Cora Borrell, Diane Bihari, Deandra Bennett, Charity Cumberbatch, Kaylee Lewis, Jamelia Gleaves, Iana Small, Kalia Henny, and Kiara Rooms, the libero. And on the other end, you have Ciara Rayside, Shakira Oliver. And this is the Cave Hill team. Tayana Stapleton, Michaela Beckles, Caitlin Gaskin, Nalini Cumberbatch, Nalani Cumberbatch, sorry, Amaris Note, Cara Watson, and Christina Gittins. So the players just going through their final warm-up routines, and pretty soon we will get the action on the way. So it's that time where the girls will be heading to the court. They had a nice little warm-up session. And Mona coming up against Cave Hill. This should be one of the tournaments, one of the big clashes in the volleyball sector. And Team Mona having won Uwi Games titles on 19 occasions. They're heading for the 20th. At least they'll be trying to make it the 20th at the 2026 games. Remember, we were away for a while and the games are back. So 2026 is here, and Team Mona will be looking overall to take the games for the 20th time. But at this point in time, we'll focus on the women's volleyball. The men, they just defeated, as I said a while ago, they got past Global in 3 sets, and the women is getting ready to go in. They're just geeing up themselves here, the Mona girls, and they look pretty sharp in the warm-up routine just now. They will be looking to push through and looking to go in and show what they can really do. So at the moment, we're just waiting for both teams to hit the court, and then we will take it from there. So today has been an action-packed day at the games. We started off this morning with table tennis at 8 o'clock, and that led into netball, men's volleyball, now women's volleyball. Later on tonight, we still have basketball, and of course this morning at the Racket Center we had lawn tennis, and of course at the Admin East Field there was women's football at 10, and also women's football is taking place at 6 this evening, 6 to 8, and men's football from 2 to 4 and 4 to 6. So it has really been a packed schedule. Tomorrow, Sunday, they return to the cricket field. It's the Frank Worrell cricket field. There's a clash at 10 a.m. Mona versus Global, and then there's another clash at 2:30, and that's Cave Hill versus St. Augustine. Table tennis will start off the proceedings tomorrow at 8, and it will then lead into women's basketball at 9:30, men's basketball at 11, all in the Spec indoor court. Women's volleyball comes up in the afternoon at 4:30 to 6, and then 6:30 to 8. The Admin East Field will also see action with men's football from 1 to 3 and 4 to 6. So that's the situation here just for today and tomorrow, as we continue the action here at the Uwi Games 2026. Volleyball, women's volleyball about to take place, and the girls will be vying for honors. It's Cave Hill. They're tough opponents. Mona has already shown what they can do. So we're about ready to get going. So ready, and it's going to be Cave Hill to serve off. There's a libero, and of course the first point on the board there for Mona, and of course it comes via Iana Small, who is definitely not small. She's the tallest of the Mona girls out there, and they are leading by 1. Here's Loas with the service, deep and dipping. Again, looking to set up Small. Small gets a second point. Small coming in from the left-hand side of the net. She's towering over the other girl. She's the tallest on the court. It's 2-0. Here's Loas again. Deep this time. Oh, crashing into the net. Shakira Oliver not able to get it over the net. And Mona leads by 3-0. Lowe's 3 beautiful serves so far. She goes deep again. And oh, lovely. Keeping it in play. No, it's out. So, in fact, so there seem to have been Cable is off and running. Oh. Again, Rooms. Oh, Rooms did get a touch there. So that's a point that goes to Cave Hill. Libero Rooms wearing the number 10. In fact, that was Gabrielle Finlay. She's the libero right now. The captain, Finlay. Again, going deep. Finlay serves it up. Small. Goes wide. Cora Borrell not being able to do much with it. So it's all tied at 3. Oh, what a fancy service is this. Again. Finlay. Cora. So Cora gets the point for Mona. And it's going to be Small. Yana Small has had a good game so far. Deep. Probably too long. And the point goes the way of Cave Hill. So it's all at 4. And skipper Finlay back on the court. Here she is. Pushing it across the net. Violation. Point goes to Cave Hill. So they have now taken the lead 5-4. Crashes into the net. Not really timing her serve well. This one, a tipping serve, is a lovely serve. Again, Small is there. And it's Beckles, Michaela Beckles, winning the point for Cave Hill. Jamelia Glaves, a good service just now. She'll be disappointed that it didn't win that point. Yes, she's again. She prefers to go deep. Oh, just tipping it. Just tipping it over the net. Is Charity Comerbatch, and in fact it's a violation. Probably Charity, they thought, grabbed the ball. Probably 2 touches. So it's all at 6. Cave Hill bringing up the service. Oh, bit of miscommunication there. There was a Finlay backing away, and one would have thought that Finlay might have gone for it. A beautiful serve there. Pretty. Again, look at the setup. Finlay tips it over. And Cora not able to block it well. Cora Borrell. So it's now 8-6. Cave Hill leads. This has been a keen contest so far. Bona started with the first 3 points. Again, Charity, well blocked. Beautiful indeed there by Michaela Beckles, who has been standout so far for Cave Hill. It's now 9-6. Oh, remember, Mona started with a 3-zip lead. So what we're seeing is a run of a 9-3. Charity, blocked. Oh, again, Cave Hill, Michaela showing her skill there, smashing that one onto the hand of Charity, and it went out of the court. This time it's looking to tip down to the eastern side. Yeah, yes, call it. So at the moment, Cave Hill leads 11-6. Just getting up to around 7 p.m. So Mona gets a point. It's Borrell. Oh, that's a strong serve. And just too long, too deep, too strong. 12-7 now. So you've seen a keen battle so far. Cable getting into their groove. Oh, beautiful. There, Finlay being able to hook it over the net, and then it's Charity, too tall for them. Just tipping it back over, and it's 12-8. So change as the second libero, Rooms, comes off. Glasgow, Finlay back in. Oh, that was awkward. That was very awkward there for Bennett. The teammates just checking up on her. A bit too high. This time bringing back into play Small. Sent back across there by Bennett. And that's out of court ball. Pull that chair now. Pull that chair. Pull that. Yeah. So at the moment, score is 14-8. It's Cumberbatch serving, looking to tip it across, keeping it in play there. Again, looking for Small, just inside. So Small takes Mona on to 9, in fact 10. They're double figures now. It's 13-10. So both liberos taking a rest now. Rooms and Finlay, the captain. Just looking to tip it across. That's beautiful. Beautifully done. Right down the middle. And no one was at home. So it's now 13-10. There's been a keen battle here so far between Cave Hill and the girls from Mona. Bennett can't keep it in play. had great excitement so far with the ladies and the men in the volleyball arena. Just looking to tip it. Yeah, it was small. Spiking that one. Again, Borrell. They're looking to set up Ayana Small again. And she follows up, pushes it deep. Too long. The point goes to Mona. It's now 15-11. Kylie Lewis started with a 3-zip lead for Mona. Again, getting hands on it. Did she? Here's Lowe's again. Dipping straight down. Oh, it's dipping again. Brings Brooms into the action. Again looking for Small on that eastern side. Can't gather the point. So Mona under some pressure here now. (16-12). Remember, first to 25 will take the set. Bennett can't control that one. Another point to Cave Hill. They go to 17. Again, Bennett keeping it in play. They're looking for Small. She goes deep. Lowers. Okay, this is a serious rally. Beautiful. There's Finley pushing it up. They're going to Small again. Finley looking for Small. Back to Borrell. Just keeping it in play. This has been the longest rally we've seen. Again, Borrell just tipping it over. Finley. Borrell jumps. Finley is there again. Lowers. Oh, that has been beautiful. Oh, Borrell, too strong. 17-13 now. Cora Borrell winning that point for Mona. It's going to be Ayana Small. Just going center court. Again, beautiful. There was Broom skating along the court trying to get it. She couldn't. Cavell wins the point. They lead by 17. So it's 17-13 at the moment. Small. Looking to set it up. Yeah. Bennett too strong. Well, it's an appeal now. There's an objection to where that ball went. Did it stay on the court? Might get an action replay to show us. So it's 2013 though. Let's have a look here. It was, can't tell, inconclusive. Bennett. Again, keeping it in play, Small. There goes Finley, cross court. Hooked over by Borrell. And the Cavell Girls Amaris Note winning the point there. Sierra Rayside has been a top server for KVL. Here she is. Going deep, probably too strong, it's out. Commentators curse. 21-13. Up next, we have basketball. Uwi St. Augustine coming up against KVL. You'll be hearing the voice of sports editor, The Guardian, sports editor extraordinaire, Keith Clement. Basketball official, top basketball official in Trinidad as well, former player. He'll be calling that, and you won't want to miss that. 22-14. KVL just 3 away from taking the first set. It's Charity. Just chip in. It's out. Not looking to go hard, Charity. Or just looking for space. Finlay comes off. Kiara Rooms goes in now. It's going to be the tough Cora Borrell. Oh, winning the point there is Kylie Lowers. 22-15. Cora winning the point on her serve. Let's see. There she goes again. Rayside keeps it in play. KVL goes now up by 1, 23-15. The referee just having some words with the coach of the Mona team. Small pushes out. Charity just tapping it. Charity the tallest. I think it's Charity and Small are the two. The Mona girls not happy with the referee. 24-16 at the moment. Keeping it in play is Finlay. Borrell goes deep. Rayside wins the point and the set for her team. So KVL taking the first set. So the girls will just take a breather. They will change courts and change sides. We take a short break. We'll be right back. So we're back here now. Mona losing the first set. Yeah. So I think we're about ready to go. So it's going to be Kaylee Lowers the start. Oh, Rooms can't get to that one. Kivil off and running in the second set. Lose. Oh, can't keep it in play there. It's Amaris Nuti. So it's all at one. And it's going to be Ayana Small, who's going to serve from the southern end. There she is, looking to set up her side. Infringement. This is now 2-1. That one goes out. It's going to be Caitlin Gaskin. Yes, Gaskin again. Ball of mine. Lowers. Again, keep it in play. Oh. It's getting diving across the court there. Oh, look. Double touch there from race side. Point goes to Mona. Good serve there by Glaves, Jamelia Glaves. Here's Glaves again. Borrell sends it deep. Gittins gets it back in. And Glaves just sliding a bit. Back in is Finlay. So it's 3-all. Wow, that one just inside. Reside. She goes deep. Finlay is there. Charity just tips it over. Finlay throws it up again. This time, Charity looks to spike. Reside. Sends it over again. Finlay is there. Oh, there's Charity. Just looking to throw it into space. That's exactly what she does. So it's 4-3 now, Mona. 4-all in fact. Back up by Lowe's. Brooms. Again, Lowe's just tapping it across. She would have wanted a better delivery there. She put her team under some pressure. And this what leads to Borrell hooking it backwards. So So 5-4. Keyville leading. It's going to be Shakira Oliver. Oliver is looking to hook it back, and it's out. Out. So it's back tied at 6 now. Amaris Note. It's going down middle of the court. There, Small. Note keeps it in play and hooks it back. Burrell is there. They're going to set up Charity. Infringement on the net. So Mona leads now by 1, 7-6. The Charity is going to serve now. Oh, smashed. Beckles has had a good game tonight. Oh, just out. Finlay, I think she felt that one not landing properly on her wrist. There she is now. Pushes it. Cross court. Small is there. Small hitting the post. So discussion is going to be had by the officials. Just off the court there. Beckles not being able to keep it in the line. She just takes a bit of a break. Mona leads 8-7. Kaylee lowers. Goes deep. Cross court. Pushed up. Again, the lanky Small keeps it in play. Looking to set up. And that's a beautiful play on the eastern side of the ground there. And Caitlin Gaskin, who has been at the center of the play here for Keyville, continues to impress. Ooh, Burrell can't keep it in play. think there's a issue with the clock. The clock has actually, the scoreboard has stuck. So they're just waiting. Bit of a delay here. The official goes across to the scorer's table. So it's 10-7 in favor of Cave Hill. Cara Watson is going to serve. So again, there's another delay as the officials look to work through the scores. We are told that it's 10-7 in favor of Cave Hill. Cara Watson just waiting because she was up to serve. So they're trying to sort out the scores. In the meantime, we take a short break. At the timeout, Cave Hill leads 14-10. So back in after the timeout. And here's Caitlin Gaskin. Again going down center court. Lures. Across the barrel. And Caitlin can't keep it in play. Caitlin, sorry, can't keep it in play. Point back to Mona now. 14-11. So this second set is a lot closer. Glaves was deep. Back to Small. Lowe's throws it up. Borrell. A lovely fake there. Again, Small has been really a top player for Mona. Giving it again. Lowe's pushes it cross court. It goes to Bihari and an infringement. Mona fighting back here. It's going to be Borrell, Cora Borrell to serve. Out of bounds. Gives Cave Hill the serve again. And now with the rules changed, before you could have only gained points in volleyball on your serve. Now you gain points even when your opponents are serving. Shakira Oliver goes deep. Bihari. Charity again. Down to Gaskin. And Mona gets a point. It's Bihari with the serve now. No pace on that one, just dipping. Very short, not being able to get over the net. 17-16. The second set is really turning out to be close. Amaris Nuti. Straight down the center. Getting it back is Finlay. Tipping it across again. Here's Lowe's. Back Charity. Winning the point. Winning the point is Beckles. 18-16. Amaris. Again going deep. Charity. Out of bounds. In fact, it was inside. Correction. So Mona gets the point. They go up to 17 now. It's 17-18. The lanky Charity sent it deep. Gaskin with the feek. And Michaela tips it over. Michaela Beckles. Oh, she gives the point away there. 18-19. Christina Gittins, the libero, comes in now. Here's Lourdes. Again. Rayside. Rayside wins an important point there for Cave Hill. So they lead by 2. It's 20-18. Oh, that's beautiful. That's a wonderful serve there from Cara Watson. There's Watson again. Yeah. Down to Finley, the libero. Small. Watson again. Just scooping it up. Rayside. Is that inside? Yes, it is. So 22-18. Cara Watson has been the best server for Cave Hill. Deadly left hand. That one was tipping and tipping with speed. Bihari can't get it. Timeout with the score 23-18. So we're about to get the third set on the way. It's going to be Amaris Noti. Bihari keeps it in play. Lows pushes it across. Down to Small. Keeping it in play again. It's Beckles. And Rayside can't win the point. Kylie Lowers. Mona leads 1-0. Finlay, good play. Small again, looking to go cross court and deep. There's Gaskin, and Gaskin wins the point for Cave Hill in the space. Caitlin Gaskin. In play. Loads keeps it. And just tipping it over there, Shakira Oliver to win the second point for Cave Hill. Finlay across the Borrell. Looking for Small. Just out. Caitlin going very low with that. Can't keep it in play though. Not a bad serve, but scooping it up. There was Lowe's. So it's going to be Small now. Strongly built Small. Goes deep. Looking again for Rayside. Harry brings it over. Or at least she thought she brought it over. A bit of miscommunication. It just couldn't touch it. Had 3 touches already. Couldn't help it further across the net. Here's Rayside. Finlay. Lows. Bihari jumps and gets the point. Charity's back. Oh, Small again. Small is an excellent player. Charity hooking it, but out of play. Evil, another point. Small glances across to her coach with a worried look. Oh, that's out. Mona back. 6-4. It's Burrell. That's a good service there by Burrell. I think there may be a violation. Is there? No. Watson. Being able to tip it over. Amaris Noti. Small again. She's involved in all the plays. That one just going out. Again, it's small. Keeping it in play. Lows, looking to set up Bihari. He smashes it and wins the point. She now takes the ball, Bihari, to serve. Nice strong serve there from Bihari. And Michaela smashes it. She's going to serve now. She wins the point for Cave Hill. It's 8-5. So Michaela, very confident after winning that last point. Finley, Lowe's, Charity, Watson. Again, Finley keeps it in play, looking to set up small. Gaskin going cross court. Lovely by Bihari. Did it stay in? And Mona wins the point. In fact, he has changed the decision and given it to Cave Hill. So they're now 10-5. The Mona girls are not happy about that. That goes out. Mona gets the point. It's 10-6. Finley just comes to take a breather. Jamila Glaves goes in to replace her. Here's Charity. Looking to set it up. Lovely there by Gaskin. Caitlin Gaskin has had a good game. Watson has been so sharp with her service. That's to show she's just human. And one crashes into the net. There's Lowe's. She goes deep. Looking to go cross court. Oh, Bihari can't get it back in play. 11-7. A rare occasion that Gaskin gives away a point on her serve. 12-7, 12-8 now. It's going to be small. Gaskin sends it over. Too long there from Jamelia Glaves. So Mona under pressure here. Cave Hill leading in the third set after already having won the first two. Side. Oh, that one was dipping. Morrell can't keep it in play. Small again. Spikes it cross court. Keeping it in place, Borrell. In fact, a net infringement there by Cave Hill Girls. So, but they still lead comfortably. 49. That one dipped. Mona wins the point. 14-10. They want to narrow that lead and stay in the game. Good service there just now by Graves. Here she's again. This time she chooses the far side. And that was a beautiful serve. And the moment she served that, there was always going to be problems for Cave Hill. Timeout with the score 14-11 in favor of Cave Hill. Ready to go again. Going deep. Oh, setting it up. Bihari sent it deep again. And there is Michaela. What a match she has had. Getting it into the opening space. Putting some pressure. There was Vihari. It's a very good serve there by Cora Borrell. Charity. Michaela can't get it across the net. One more. So Mona fighting back. Borrell comes again to serve. It's a very good serve. It hits the pole. Now it's 14-15. They've narrowed the lead to 1. Gaskin, Charity's at the net. So it's tied at 15. They've really rallied back nicely on the serve of Cora Borrell. Borrell again. Keeps it up. For Bihari. Watson. Gaskin. Bihari goes cross court looking for help. This is another beautiful rally. Here's Bihari. Cora. Watson. Setting up. Michaela Beckles nicely. Cable wins the point. They go back in the lead at 16-15. This is turning out to be a hotly contested third set. Amaris. Lowe's pushing it over. Charity is pulling it down, not getting it over the net. Again, looking to put some distance between themselves and Mona. Is Cave Hill. Noti with a good serve. Excellent point one there by Bihari. Bihari has really come into the play nicely. Very strong serve. Beautiful. Amaris Noti misjudging that one. Tied at 17. Bihari again. Keeping it up. Lowe's. Oh, Lowe's looking, giving him the no look there was Lowe's. Small. Still in play. Small again. Caitlin. Charity. Just looking to scoop it over, as she has done so well. And Mona wins the rally. They have now taken the lead here for the first time in the third set. They're 18-17. What high quality volleyball we've seen from the ladies here. Bihari has really made a difference. She was hardly used in the first two sets. She started the third set and is leading her team nicely here. She have won the last 3 points on her serve, and now Mona has taken a 2-point lead, 19-17. Can Cave Hill fight back here? They'll be looking to Michaela. Back to Bihari. Charity, beautiful. Very Charity, I like her composure. She's never flustered. And what a comeback there from the Mona girls. Short timeout. Going to be Bihari. They've won the last 4 points on her serve. Here she is. After the timeout. Too long. So Cave Hill narrows the lead now to 2. It's going to be Michaela. A big player here for Cave Hill. So critical time for her to serve. Finley keeps it in play. Lowe's pushes it across. Oh, and Small coming down that one. Just watching down. And the ball followed where she was watching. Head position, as in any sport, so key in this volleyball. Out. Tied at 20. So they've thrown away a 2-point lead here. Another timeout. That's out. Michaela can't convert. And it's now the ball is in Mona's court. All at 20. In fact, Mona's at 21. Scoreboard coming up late. Charity diving, going low. Watson touches the net. So, the net infringement there. 22-20 in favor of Mona. Charity, not the best of serves. She comes off immediately and back in. Skipper Finlay. Down by one is Keyville. And here's Watson. Watson, who has been their best server tonight. So they've lost their last 2 points on serve. Both crashing into the net. Mona just 2 away from getting back in this contest. Small. Lovely. Oh, this time there's all sorts of problems. So Keyville, after leading for quite some time in that third set, they've come back to lose it. It's now 2-1, still in favor of Keyville as we head to the fourth set. Right, so we're back. Keyville getting a bit of a rap from their coach. We're ready to go. So it's going to be Lowe's to serve for Mona. Mona losing the first 2 sets, but winning the last one by just 4 points. That has kept them in the contest. The official signals to start play, and here is Lowe's. Good point won there by Tiara Rayside. Rayside was performed the role of setter. And again, blocking that one. Doing her job here, Rayside. She has won the first 2 points for Cave Hill. Again, keeping it in. Watson wins the point. Bihari off balancing. There's Watson. She goes deep. Probably too long. Loses the point. Good crowd on hand taking in the action here tonight. Small. Again, the outside hitter this time in the form of Gaskin. Bihari crashes into the net. 4-1 in favor of Cave Hill. So they've started well here. It's Caitlin Gaskin with a very graceful run up to serve. Bihari throwing everything at that. Here's the libero, Finlay, keeping it in play. Libero, Gittins getting it back across. Here she is again, setting up Watson. Too long. So it's 4-2 at the moment. Jamelia Gleaves is going to do her thing. Again, pulling that down. Oh. Note. Up again. Gittins. And there was Sierra Rayside, who has taken this game by storm here. This set. The outside hitter crashing that one through the middle. And she's going to serve now. Oh, blocked. Blocked there by Michaela Beckles. Oh, beautiful. She saw the space down the left side of the court. Didn't try to hit it too powerfully, but just tried to get it into the gap. And 3 Mona players converged. By the time they did that, it was on the ground. Yeah, she's again looking for the same area, but crashing into the net. It's now 7-3. Just out. Note. Oh, great by Gittins. I think that on the outside of her hands. Too deep. Too powerful again by Bihari. That's a lovely serve. Shakira Oliver going low down the center. Timeout call. KV leading 9-4. Jump serve there by Oliver. Borrell. Bihari keeping it in play there was Oliver. It was a good return from Bihari. It was a difficult return to send back. And Bihari herself goes to the line now. Gaskin. Oh, Borrell struck. (10-5). Points there for Mona. The outside hitter. And Small. Crashing that one down. Beautiful. Beautiful by Michaela Beckles. 11-6, the KVL Girls coming in this set, looking determined, looking dangerous in this fourth set. Lunging forward, Small, can't keep it in play. There's Michaela again. Bihari keeps it in play. Back to Michaela. Setting up Amaris. She signals to her teammate and whispers, "My bad, my bad." So a dozen, playing half a dozen, 12-6. They're in the lead here at the moment. It's Cave Hill. Remember, they've won the first two sets. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful there by Watson. It's still in play. Harry hits it long. $13-8. Not in control there's Finlay. Make that 14-8. And back on serve here. She's really doing well as Watson. Tara Watson has been really good here tonight. Oh, and having said that, the commentators curse. Still, Cave Hill lead by 5, 14-9. Gittins. Lowe's looking to set up the outer hitter, which is Borrell. Back to Borrell. Kept in play there by Note. And there was the outer hitter. And Gaskin. I don't think Risai would have been happy with that touch. That's a lovely there by Gaskin. Back to Gittins. Watson sets up. Rayside. Again. Playing as the outer hitter on that occasion there was Bihari. Lows. It goes backwards. Hits the antenna. So a fight back coming here now by Mona. They're 11. So it's 14-11. It was at this point when they really catch themselves in the third set. Lovely spike there by Rayside. And it's going to be the graceful Caitlin Gaskin. Oh, what a serve. Again, another beautiful serve. Dip in low. They tried to scoop that one out. It puts Borrell off and it goes out of the court. 17-11. Just a matter of time here for Cave Hill, it seems. Mona needs to fight back. They're 6 down. Just need to concentrate on each and every delivery that has been sent across by Gaskin. Deep again. Finlay's there. Keeping it in play. I think had Gittins left that, it might have gone out of play. The serving of Gaskin is taking this game away from Mona. There's Vihari. She has been in the play all the time. Point 1 there by Mona. They're up to 12. Vihari can't help that. She couldn't block it to get it over the net. Michaela is back. Rayside is going to serve and Gittins comes off. 19-12. to be Rayside. Deep down the center. Yes, Small. Small has grown a bit quiet. Oh, that's a beautiful spike. That's a beautiful spike there by Amaris Note. 2012. It's going to be difficult to come back from this position. But Mona can't give up here at the moment. Sierra Rayside. Down to Small. Oh, lovely return there. Lovely return by Bihari. (2013)